Happy Labor Day weekend, everybody. Welcome to episode number 61 of the Dragon's Den podcast here live on YouTube, on Rumble, my Facebook, on Miranda's X, all over the place here tonight. Welcome to the show. We're glad to have you here. Hope you guys have been enjoying college football game day and the return of college football this week. We'll talk a little bit about that toward the end of the show here when we get to the sports section. But we got a lot of stuff to talk about tonight. We got a little bit of pro wrestling, not a whole lot of movie news, but just a little bit. We're going to get into the NFL and college football as well as in the news and the politics before the end of the show. Miranda may occasionally have a bit of a mascot here on the channel tonight. She's got a little bit of a friend there in her studio. Would you like to talk about that just a little bit to get the show started?
Hopefully I don't wake him up, but it's Cricket and he's really annoying. But he's sleeping right now.
So she's trying to be like on the down low right now, trying to keep everything all
And
copacetic.
I can't really hear it as well as you guys can with my headset on. So if you hear it before I do, just let me know and I'll go ahead and mute it.
Will do. Right now, it's quiet as a mouse in there, so that's a good thing. But got Miranda Nicole on the bottom there, and of course, Sir Spoopington III on the top right there as well, joining us tonight. As long as the internet don't lag too much. But how are you guys doing?
Yeah. You're lagging bad, babe.
Yeah, it's kind of both of you at the moment a little bit, but it'll work its way out, I'm sure.
Oh.
Yeah, it's all good though. But so Labor Day weekend, 3-day weekend for everybody. I hope you guys enjoy it. Now, there's some people who are working a little bit of holiday overtime. So if you guys are doing that, I hope you guys enjoy the paycheck when that does come and things like that. So potentially even the tax return, maybe without the overtime pay taken out, maybe you get that refund. That'll be kind of nice too, and all things considered there. So yeah, definitely looking forward. I got a big weekend coming up starting tomorrow with 2 fantasy drafts, Sunday and Monday. I'm going down to visit the aunt and uncle on Monday, so that'll be a lot of fun for me. So I always look forward to that. I get to see them again too. So you guys are in any other fantasy leagues besides just ours, or just for the most part just ours?
No, just ours.
Yeah, in a way that's good. You ain't got to. Yeah.
I couldn't do too many at one time.
It's not easy, and I've done. I think the most I ever really did is like maybe 3. I think. But yeah, 2's hard enough, let alone 3. But I always look at ours kind of at work as, or the group that used to be all working together. We all still kind of do it. But I always kind of viewed that one as kind of like my main league because we play for money and things like that a little bit. But my family league is just for fun, But we have a big old trophy. It's like it's huge. Big trophy. Got our names engraved on it and everything like that. We got the championship belt in our league. They got a big trophy there. So it's kind of fun to do that sort of stuff.
Nice.
But yeah. Mike's in the chat.
Maybe when the kids get
What's that? Sorry.
Maybe when the kids get a little older. So maybe when kids get a little older, probably do something like a family league where it's like kind of like that. It's just us in the house or whatever. Because Jackson would probably do it, and I would probably do it too. So
well, I know Jackson will probably just draft all Jacksonville Jaguars. So yeah, potentially. But our buddy Mike's in the chat, our loyal listener. He said a little sore, but here watching, fighting with kids to go to sleep as well. So, buddy, like I said, you don't have to feel obligated to comment. We appreciate your comments. We love you taking a part of the show. But if you ever feel like you need to take a break or something, just want to watch, that's perfectly fine too. Don't worry, we'll manage without you. But we appreciate you guys watching and stuff like that for certain, no doubt about it. So yeah, well, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about tonight. I think first of all, I want to mention here, this week I went back to starting putting clips of our podcast up on the YouTube and the Rumble channel, and you guys probably noticed I've been posting them to Facebook and my X feed and things like that. I just wanted to let you guys know, just here on the channel, and anybody who might be watching too, it's been a big difference, I think, because over this last week from the podcast and all the clips, we have had over 1,000 views with everything combined.
Wow.
So that's a big thing for a little channel like us. I mean, obviously we're not going to be like getting 60,000 views or anything anytime soon, but 1,000 clicks, 1,000 looks at all of our clips, and of course the full podcast, things like that. So thank you guys for those of you who have tuned in on the different clips or the full podcast or wherever you might be checking us out on Rumble or YouTube or wherever. We greatly appreciate it. I'm going to continue to do that, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to build this channel out. So that's great. So yeah, you guys just want to kind of dive headlong into this as we get moving forward. Yeah.
First of all, thank you for your hard work for doing it.
Well, I mean, it's really not too bad. The only thing I really got to do extra is make up a bunch of thumbnails and then just take a little, and I've got it set up to where all I got to do is cut the video and then kind of slide it into this pre-programmed thing. It's got all the like little graphics and stuff in it. I just got to slide the video clip in, render it, and send it on to the website. So it's really not too bad once I got all that set up. When I used to do it before, I didn't have all that stuff where I can just slide it in. I had to literally go in by each and every little thing, and it took forever. So it's not so bad now. So hopefully it won't. It'll make me where I want to keep doing it. So that's a good thing too. Mike said he's sore from taking a back bump in the garage. Tucked his chin though and didn't hit his head. I saw you post something about that on your Facebook. I guess he took a fall in this garage. I'm assuming on concrete. But yeah, you talked about how when they, pro wrestlers always the first thing they do when you take a bump is they'll tuck your chin. And I guess all the years of watching wrestling finally paid off, huh, buddy? So hope you're okay. No doubt about that. That's rough. And hope nothing else. I know the older you get, the more things hurt, no matter what you do. There's a little mascot, just a little, not too bad, but he's there.
Oh shit! I did hear. Okay. Oh well, if it makes you feel any better, I almost rolled my ankle today in a hole in the yard.
That's not fun either.
It didn't. I caught myself, but it almost was bad. Fucking crickets.
Well, Miranda's going to do her best to mitigate the little cricket noise here and there whenever she isn't got anything else to say or whatever on the topic. She's going to hit that mute button so it won't affect the podcast too much. But sorry, there's not a whole lot we can do about the cricket situation. It's just have to roll with it and move on from there. So yeah. All right. I guess you want to get started on the wrestling stuff, Brandon? We'll get moving on that. He's kind of
let's go.
If not, I'll just go for it if your internet cuts out or whatever. All right, let's check it out. Here we go. All right, got quite a bit of stuff to talk about tonight. And of course, we always like to start our podcast off by talking about the world of pro wrestling, world of WWE and AEW in particular, for the most part right now. There's just so much to watch. It's kind of hard to do anything like TNA or Ring of Honor a whole lot, but we try to do the best we can and showing what we can when it comes to the big stories. And there's definitely a big story coming out of the world of WWE this week. And we want to wish our heartfelt congratulations to Cody and Brandi Rhodes, who welcomed their second daughter this week. I did not even know she was pregnant again, to be quite honest with you. But obviously the way they kind of wrote out Cody Rhodes last week either last week or the week before on SmackDown, where Drew McIntyre kind of put him through the announce table a little bit different. And so I guess he's kind of been doing that. Of course, he's been filming a movie with Street Fighter a little bit as well, or it's about to ramp up production or what have you. So I don't know how long he's going to be out there. Obviously building to that Drew McIntyre Cody Rhodes match, possibly at WrestlePalooza. I thought they were going to do it at Tomorrow Show Class in Paris, but they ended up not doing that. But it seems like there might have been a reason why they wrote him off, and that was, of course, to welcome their second daughter. Libby was the first daughter, and I think this little girl's named Lonnie. I think that's what she wrote on her Instagram, I think. So it may be short for something. But anyway, congratulations to Cody and Brandi Rhodes, and that's awesome to see that family continue to expand as well. A lot of congratulations to go around in the world of wrestling this week, and there's another one coming up in the AEW segment. We'll do that there. But in regards to the actual wrestling business in WWE, though, Sami Zayn last night on SmackDown won the United States Championship for the first time ever in his career by defeating Solo Sikoa at the end of the show. So great to hear. Awesome to see Sami Zayn get himself a big win. Would love to see him maybe get a run with that world title one of these days, but for the time being, good to see him holding a title he's yet to hold in the company. Kind of like to see Sheamus get that Intercontinental title, kind of the same sort of situation there. Maybe that'll happen one of these days too. But thoughts on Sami Zayn winning the United States Championship?
Good. I've seen this thing where people think I think this is more or less the IWC talking about, Sami Zayn fatigue, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's nice to see Sami hold gold again. I think it's been a while since he's held gold. But Kevin lost the he beat Gunther, didn't he?
You broke up a little bit. Try to say that again.
He beat Gunther, didn't he? For the Intercontinental title?
Yes. That last, I think it was WrestleMania 40, I believe, that he beat Gunther for the Intercontinental. Yeah.
WrestleMania 40. Mm-hmm. I think, Sami's earned his stripes at this point and, his time to shine. So I'm happy for him. I really am.
Yeah, I am too. Yeah, you're definitely breaking up a little bit there. Hopefully your internet will kind of work itself out. But yes, definitely good to see Sami Zayn win the United States Championship there. Definitely a big moment for him, and it happened in Lyon, France too. So that was obviously a big moment there with those crowds over there overseas. They're definitely, one to watch when you watch the WWE programming for sure. That those overseas crowds definitely make the event feel all that more special. So this is a big win for him, and of course he got the obligatory Triple H point photograph there as well. So that was always good to see as well. So yes, very happy for Sami Zayn. Hope to see more success for him down in the future here. So yes, but as I mentioned there, we got WWE's big pay-per-view Clash in Paris coming to you tomorrow around 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll be doing a bit of a fantasy draft around that time. But yes, they'll be having their big Clash in Paris tomorrow. And I thought we'd kind of run through the card. Last week, I mentioned that the card was relatively stacked. Now, that was because I was kind of expecting him to add Cody Rhodes versus Drew McIntyre to this card here, but it did not end up happening. But we still got 5 pretty big matches in my opinion. First, I thought we'd go over is Becky Lynch versus Nikki Bella for the Women's Intercontinental Championship here. Definitely kind of been a bit of a blood feud between these two young ladies here. So what are your thoughts on this? I personally think Becky Lynch is going to retain. I mean, I guess you could put the title on Nikki Bella, but probably wouldn't make a ton of sense narrative wise based on what they're doing with these ladies. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't see why Nikki win doesn't make sense. I think this little heel run that Becky has is good, so it's more beneficial for her. So I don't see why they would put it on Nikki. But wrestling is wrestling, so see.
Yeah, that's very true. You never can quite tell, especially if they want to throw you that curveball a little bit there. They could definitely maybe put it on Nikki Bella for a short run and somebody else take it over. But yeah, I fully expect Becky Lynch to win this. I don't know if Miranda's got any other thoughts on it or not, but if she does, I guess she'll chime in. But she's watching for that. Yeah, said something there.
I just hope Becky Lynch gets it. I don't like Bella.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, it's kind of cool. I thought it was really cool. I think it was Becky Lynch said something the other day about like last Monday Night on Raw about how the other Bella talking about Brie and talking about the better Bella. I thought that was a cool little dig she kind of threw in there. But yeah, so definitely looking forward to this match. Hopefully it'll be a good one. Me personally, if I'm going strictly on women's wrestling alone in WWE or in AEW, I think like promo stuff wise, sometimes I think WWE has the edge, but I think in ring AEW has the edge when it comes to the women's division. Just been a lot of, and I think a lot of the problem with WWE women having wrestling matches in WWE is just because there's no longer any live house show events, so the ladies are not, getting as many reps as they used to. And I think, in AEW's case too, both companies could do they got to figure out a way to kind of continue to get reps even during the time off during the week, so that way it's a little bit more smooth in the ring. So that may be something they can both work on for sure. Next matchup on the card, here's Sheamus versus Rusev, and what they're calling a good old-fashioned Donnybrook match, which basically means anything goes, weapons. It's basically kind of like a street fight, but of course in France. So that's kind of what they're dubbing it there. So this has kind of been one of those deals where it's kind of been like a series of matches between these two, kind of like when what was it, Sheamus and Cesaro back in the day had that best of 7 series, and ended up becoming like a tag team and stuff like that with the Bar. I don't know if this is actually going to end up being a tag team type situation with Sheamus and Rusev, but I think this is definitely going to turn into a big slobber knocker, as JR once put it, and these two guys are going to definitely destroy one another in this Donnybrook. So got any thoughts on this one, Brandon? Who do you think is going to win, and you think it's going to be pretty violent? Potentially.
Rusev should probably win this one, but I don't know. I mean, it's going to be violent. They're going to beat the shit out of each other. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
But I think Rusev should get the win here.
Okay. All right. Just to let you know, I got a chat from Mike, and he said that it's not working too well. You might have to restart your router. So if you have to do that, you can do that anytime you want. I can carry it till then, but it's just up to you. So I don't know. That's whatever you guys want to do.
Oh, the sooner the better, babe.
Yeah. So just whenever you can, I can roll without you, but yeah, just kind of pretty choppy, I suppose. So, but anyway, I'll move on, and we'll see how things go there, and I'll keep it rolling with the wrestling stuff. But yeah, when it comes to Clash in Paris, like I said, I think the Donnybrook match would be a lot of fun. It'll definitely be something that'll be a big fight between these two big behemoths in the ring for sure. And I'm interested to see what WWE does with Rusev moving forward. Since he come back from AEW, it kind of feels like they kind of slotted him in right there in that mid card and things like that. But I'll be looking forward to see if they kind of maybe furthered Rusev a little bit further when it comes to maybe the world championship type level. We'll have to wait and see. I know Rusev said when he was in AEW, kind of built his confidence up a little bit to where he's ready for that, world championship level being booked in that way in WWE. So I'm hoping they'll end up doing that with him. We'll have to wait and see. Where he lacks a little bit is, I think, the character in regards to the Rusev character. So I think that maybe that's something he needs to work on in order to kind of obtain that top level status, if you ask me. So we'll have to wait and see. All right, so the third match on the show, which I'm definitely looking forward to. This is one of those matches I think could be a sleeper match, no doubt about it. And of course, that is we got Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed, the tribal thief who's been taking Roman Reigns' Nike shoes away from him, and they've been calling it the Shula Fala, as it were. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what these two guys can do in the ring, head-to-head, one-on-one, for what I believe may be the first time. And I think this could definitely be a fun match to watch. I know Roman Reigns is obviously trying to juggle a lot of things as well when it comes like the world of Hollywood and things like that. But he did have an interview not too long ago when he said that regardless of what he does in Hollywood, he always wants to be a part of WWE and stuff moving forward. So I think that's really cool to see. I hope he'll be able to do that. But if he definitely gets a tsunami 3 or 4 times, it makes me kind of wonder if maybe potentially we might get a little time off for Roman Reigns. Maybe he comes back for the Royal Rumble or something like that. I don't know if that's where they're actually going to go with it. But with Bronson Reed and, of course, the Vision, the help there with Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker, they could also be playing a factor in this as well. So we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being a big factor in this match. But and, of course, maybe Jey Uso or somebody else gets involved to help Roman Reigns too. But Jey Uso's got his own hands full with the main event, which we'll get into in just a second. So, yeah, I'm thinking Roman Reigns will probably win the match. But at the same time, Bronson Reed could probably use the win more than Roman Reigns could at this point. One of the 2 main events is what I'm kind of calling it here on Clash in Paris is, of course, John Cena versus Logan Paul. Yes, they will be going one-on-one in this France. What do you want to call it here? This pay-per-view here. I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch these two guys go head-to-head, which also I believe is a first-time meeting between the two. Obviously, they met in tag teams and things like that. But Logan Paul's very well versed in the ring, and I think he could do a lot of great things with John Cena here, maybe helping him with the in-ring spots and things like that. John Cena is obviously going to take the lead here and follow the match, or call the match, I should say. So, yeah, I personally think that John Cena is probably going to get the win here, kind of now that he's kind of come back full-blown babyface and stuff, including apologizing to that fan that he tore apart in Brussels. So I think that's really cool to see him maybe kind of come full circle and kind of get back that babyface momentum leading into his final match coming up here in WWE in December. Logan Paul could take the loss and be just fine. But if you want to give the win to Logan Paul here, I think it'll be just fine as well. I just feel like based on where they're going with John Cena's final run here on his last year here in the company, it'd be kind of cool to just kind of see him go out on top. And obviously they're going to have a great match together. He's going to, make Logan Paul look strong in a loss as best he can. And I think it could be a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this match goes as well. And hopefully these two guys can tear the house down. I want to see more John Cena from SummerSlam, less of John Cena from WrestleMania 41, if you catch my drift. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that ends up panning out. But I'm looking forward to this match, no doubt about it. And, of course, last week we talked a little bit about the fatal 4-way match of Clash in Paris, featuring Seth Rollins defending his World Heavyweight Championship against LA Knight, CM Punk, and Jey Uso. So, hopefully, this match here will also be able to live up to the hype here as well. And I kind of lost my thing there. Here we go. But yeah, so hopefully they'll live up to the hype as well. Oh, goodness. Here we go. we got all sorts of problems tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's all right. All right. I'm sitting there talking. I lost my picture. Here we go. So yeah, I think that this fatal 4-way could be a lot of fun. No doubt about it. By the way, welcome back, Miranda. So I like we said last week, I think that Seth Rollins will probably retain the championship here, no doubt about it. I could definitely see maybe, CM Punk finally getting it here. But I would think if they're going to give CM Punk the world championship, I think that CM Punk would probably win the world championship at like a WrestleMania if they were going to put it on Punk right now. I just don't feel like this would be the place for it. LA Knight, I just don't think he's quite there. I love LA Knight. I think he's going to be pushed as a main event guy, I hope. They seem to be leaning that direction. So I don't necessarily see him winning it yet, but Jey Uso potentially could win it back. But just based on the entire Vision storyline that they're telling with Seth Rollins and, Braun Breaker and, Paul Heyman and Bronson Reed, I just don't see Seth Rollins losing this. not until like next year's WrestleMania at the very least. Maybe Roman Reigns wins the wins the Royal Rumble, and then it becomes Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins. They could always do that match, particularly one-on-one. We'll have to wait and see what they do. But yeah, I think Seth Rollins is retaining. Do you have any other thoughts on that? Hopefully, maybe the internet's working a little bit better. Maybe, possibly. We'll have to wait and see. What do you guys think?
We'll see. I have no idea. Like, it came back up, but then again,
sounds better. So there you go. You weren't nearly as choppy, so you're getting a lot better now. So go for
it. No, I think Seth keeps this. Yeah, I can see Jay. I don't think LA's ready, and there's no Clash in Paris ain't it for CM Punk. I think if CM Punk wins it, it'll be a bigger pay-per-view. Mm-hmm. And with everything that's going on, I do believe it should stay in the hands of Seth Rollins right now.
Mm-hmm. I fully agree with you there. So since we kind of talked about that a little bit last night, and just to kind of get you guys' quick thoughts since guys were out, do you have any thoughts on John Cena, Logan Paul?
Logan Paul wins.
You think so? Okay.
But yeah, because it'll be John, not necessarily passing the torch.
Everybody can too.
Yeah. It'll further Logan, but John doesn't need. What does he need the bump for? You get what I'm saying? Like, how does it benefit John if he beats Logan?
It's a good point. I just kind of made the case. It was like, well, John Cena's final, run in his career, he's going to put Logan Paul over in defeat, I thought. And of course, just him finally becoming full blown back to being babyface again, kind of set that momentum heading up to his final match in December. But you could absolutely be right.
That could work too. Him making Logan look strong in a loss, but I just think it'll be more beneficial and it works better with Logan's character if he beats John Cena. You get what I'm saying?
Like, yeah, you're not wrong. Not wrong at all.
It furthers his character. But I mean, I could see it either way. I could honestly see it either way.
Right on. I just realized that message about your router, that was from you, not Mike. I thought Mike sent that to kind of let us know it wasn't working. Yeah, okay, cool. Fair enough. Yeah, if you ever got to do that, by the way, just go for it. Just let me know you're doing it so I know to cover for you. But anyway, so yeah.
It was bad.
Yeah. I hear you. It's fine. But yeah, you sound a lot better now, so hopefully things are coming out through clear. A couple other I just thought I'd get your quick thoughts on Rusev Sheamus. Well, I think you said it'd be a fight.
I said this will be a fight, but I think Rusev should win this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so too. I think he would benefit most.
Nothing against Sheamus. Yeah, I'm about to say nothing against Sheamus. Sheamus will still look good, even in a loss here. But this will be a fight, which these two have always, when they've locked up, it's always been a fight. But it's all I think it'll help Rusev more than it would help Sheamus. Does that make sense? Like Sheamus doesn't look bad if he loses.
Do you think I mentioned this a little bit too? Do you think that potentially WWE could go further with Rusev and maybe push him into that world championship material level? Do you think so? Okay. I know he's talked about how he'd like to do that. I think wrestling wise he can. Potentially, maybe you got to do a little more with the character. Potentially, I think maybe that's something you could enhance.
I think they should let him go back to that Redeemer character. But you know what else too? I wouldn't mind seeing, and I know these are great superstars in singles competition wise, and I'd love to see Rusev mixed it up with guys like Jacob and Solo and those guys too.
That could be good, yeah.
This could be a the bar 2.0 essentially.
You and I tell you, I said the exact same thing literally about a minute or two ago. I said maybe this could be like a best of 7 thing, which they kind of doing already, and maybe they team up. They teamed up in the past when they were the nation thing that they had with Wade Barrett or whatever it was, League of Nations. So I mean, I'm not saying they're going to do that, but it does give off that vibe, does it not? Yeah. So we're simpatico there. And last but not least, I definitely want to get your thoughts on this: Roman Reigns versus Bronson Reed. This is going to be a fight.
Bronson's got to win. I think so. The thing of getting Roman his win back, but I don't think that's what's important. And I know Roman doesn't think that's what's important. Roman's character is solidified no matter what he does from this point forward. You get what I'm saying? Like, he could lose from now until fucking WrestleMania, and it will not matter.
Oh, definitely not. No.
because you could always slot him into a championship spot, and it's like, yeah, it makes sense. It's Roman Reigns.
He's got to
Like, you
come
know what I'm
out barefooted, so he can't.
That would be very clever. I like that idea.
So
I mentioned how he's been the what was it, the tribal thief with the Shula Fala. I'm like, exactly. I mean, if he comes down there looking like, I don't know, Umaga back in the day with his ankles taped up, you know what I mean? Little details, man, that would really work for me. So yeah, that's your Clash in Paris predictions right there. But so yeah, I mean, and Mike also said in the chat, by the way, Happy Rusev Day, which is obviously any day ending in Y. So yeah, absolutely, no doubt about that. We definitely love Rusev there, no doubt about it. So you guys looking forward to Clash in Paris? You think it'll be a good show?
It should be a good show. It's just good matches. Outside of that Nikki Bella thing, and I think it's just
I don't know.
Nikki wrestled in fucking forever. I mean, outside of was she in the Rumble?
Yes, but then they were trying to set up her at Evolution against Liv Morgan, I believe, and Liv got hurt. So this is kind of like, okay, what can we do with Nikki Bella now that that's out of the picture? So they had to come up with something different. And they come up with this. So it's kind of one of those deals where Nikki kind of just drew the short straw, unfortunately, but no fault of her own. But we'll see if they do more with Nikki and stuff moving forward. But I just don't know if it's something I need to see long term anymore. With Nikki Bella, unfortunately. So that's fine, no doubt about that. All right, so we got a couple other things here when it comes to the world of wrestling. This stuff coming from the world of AEW, though. I thought we'd talk about it a little bit before we move on to the world of movies and stuff like that. As long as I get my things set up and ready to roll here, a little behind. Okay, so in the world of AEW, there's some news coming out of Forbidden Door, which was last weekend, which I thought was a good show. Did you watch that? What'd you think?
Yeah, watched it. I watched. Outside. I mean, look. Despite all the negatives I can say, but like. The in-ring ability is the in-ring ability. That's because guys could go in the ring. That's, I mean, that is what it is.
It definitely feels like sometimes you don't think the stories in AEW are nearly as good sometimes, which is fair if you feel that way, But it's not even that they're not good. It's literally like if it's not hard in the sense of setting up a narrative or putting two people in the ring and then setting something to where there's something afterwards, or they're building on something. That makes sense. Like it's like they're not just thrown in there for the fuck's sake of throwing them in there, right? Which sometimes they do tend to do. They do sometimes, yeah.
But with that being said, that aside, the show wasn't bad as far as from a wrestling standpoint, but it left a lot of open-ended questions as to where are we going from here. And especially with these two,
right? Because they're not going to be on television. I'll just say, too, when it comes to before we move on to this big part of the story here, when it comes to two guys going in the ring, not necessarily telling a story sometimes, especially on the undercard, way back in the day, they never really did that. It's always been like WWE, like the bigger promotions would be like, okay, you got 3 or 4 top stories. Everything else is just, let's see who can work well in the ring together and go on television. So it doesn't necessarily, I don't think necessarily everything on TV needs a story. It helps. And you can tell a story in the ring, but yeah, you're not wrong in some aspect in that regard when it comes to AEW, sure. But yes, when it comes to the big overall story with AEW, what are they going to do right now? Because coming out of Forbidden Door, we've got a lot of injuries for AEW. Will Ospreay and Swerve Strickland here, in particular, they're due to miss significant time due to injuries, these two. Not to mention with Will Ospreay's neck, and I think Swerve might have been a knee or a back. I can't remember exactly which one it was. His knee. I know that's what he was selling for sure. And then, of course, Kenny Omega, obviously, he's not – I don't know if he's going to miss a ton of time, but he's going to be on a reduced schedule at the very least. From the sounds of things. He was talking on social media this week that he'll probably still be at Dynamite this week. I think he's going to team up with Kota Ibushi for something. But that notwithstanding, I don't know if it's just kind of still recovering from that or just because he's kind of winding down his career a little bit. Just all these matches over the years just kind of catching up to him a little bit. I don't quite know. But either way, he doesn't sound like he's 100%. And then, of course, on top of that, you got Adam Cole, who's going to be missing lots of, we don't even know if or when he's coming back due to his concussion issues or whatever it may be. We don't know the full extent of his injury. So the question becomes with AEW right now, to Brandon's credit, who is going to step up in their absence on the babyface side in particular? So I think it is definitely time.
Not him. You don't think it's him?
You don't think? Well, here's the thing. I say, but especially when it comes to the babyface side of it, it's time for the new blood to step up. But the way they've been building Danny Garcia right now, I think he's turning heel soon, because he's, especially the way he's been reacting to losing as of late. So I think he's going to go heel. So I think he's out on the babyface side, unless they decide to switch course and keep him babyface because of the injury issues. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. But is there anything else besides that, or you just think it's because he was going to turn heel, or is it you just don't see it?
Danny Garcia, look, it was like who could I use it comparatively to in WWE? Who they were late on, and like with Roman in the beginning, they were trying to push him to be this big baby face, and it just wasn't working. It wasn't happening. And then the time they could have was that Royal Rumble, but Batista won that Rumble. And it was like, you missed the boat on Roman. Same thing with Daniel Garcia. He had a moment when coming out of that whole, is it Jericho Appreciation Society?
I think so.
He was hot. And it was, but then they didn't do anything. Like nothing happened. And then he did get the win. He did get the title. But then he on Collision.
Yeah, well,
it just didn't matter.
I don't care if he's on Collision. Collision's a fine show. It's just the problem was when he was a TNT champion, they really didn't do anything with it. You know what I mean? It was kind of like he's the champion, and he had matches here and there, but they really didn't do anything storyline wise. Yeah.
And then it kind of fizzed out, and then they tried to redo it again with him and
Daddy Magic.
You just said his name. No, Adam Cole. But then this thing with Adam Cole,
and then Cole happened.
All that shit.
Again, so part of that's not under control. Yeah.
But then it's like, again, it's that hot and cold thing, right? He's hot, then he's cold, then he's hot, cold, but then eventually the crowd's just not going to care about Daniel Garcia. So now you have to do something else with him to try to get that interest back again. And I think you're right in the whole heels thing. But then it still leaves this big ass gap in the babyface world for AEW, like outside of Darby Allin, and right now he's wrapped up with this whole. Hell, you don't even have Orange Cassidy right now.
Well, I'm going to get into that. Hold on a second. But yeah, when it comes to Daniel Garcia, though, he just had this outstanding match with Moxley on Dynamite this last week. Apparently tonight on Collision, he's challenged Moxley to a rematch. That match with Moxley he was being put over by Mox during that match. Not only that, Mox even went up to him after the match, kind of got in his head like, yo, you're going to be fine. Just keep plugging along, giving him that vote of confidence as a heel even. So it was a little out of character for Moxley. So I think they did a good job of building Garcia in that. Now, the question is going to become, if they push Garcia again, you can't stop. You're going to have to go full bore with it. You know what I mean? You can't, if things get cold, you got to keep going. I don't know, but it sounds like they're going to renew that push a little bit with Garcia. But again, it's the heel factor. Does he become a heel? Does he join Moxley and his crew at this point? I don't know. That's a potential.
And that's another thing. There are too many groups now, and they're getting too damn big.
And you can say that about every company.
The Don Callis family is massive. And there's a lot of guys in the Don Callis family who would be great singles-wise. One that just came back, Wardlow. He came back to a huge pop, but you just stuck him with the Don Callis family.
Where's you going to put him, though?
For what reason?
Well,
you're not put him anywhere. If anything,
at least Wardlow being with the Don Callis family, to me, is you're setting him up with some guys like Fletcher and Takeshita and some of these guys who are actually pretty over right now. And two of these guys I'm going to mention here in just a second as big guys you should push to the moon right now with the injuries. So Wardlow kind of slotting in there, hopefully we'll kind of get him back in the flow of it for the time being. Now, obviously, you could break him off and a Batista breaks away from the Evolution type situation one of these days if he gets to that point. But right now, you can't just bring him in ice cold and be like, all right, you're world champion material, especially with a guy like Wardlow who you started and stopped on like 5 or 6 times in the past. Speaking of starting and stopping. So I just don't know where else you could have put him. But yeah, I mean,
put him. You didn't have to put him really anywhere. Like the guy could put a microphone, so you don't need Don Callis for that. like I said, the crowd erupted when he showed up. He's been off of TV for so long, and I know he was doing the gladiator thing too, and that was probably part of it. But him just coming back was already enough. You didn't need to go anywhere. And again, Don Callis family, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
a lot,
7 guys
at least, maybe more.
And right now, you're only focusing on Kyle Fletcher and Takeshita. Well, Okada, but then there's 3 others that are just kind of there. Takeshita should have been the only one. Well, I guess if you want to leave Kyle Fletcher, that should have been it, right? But Takeshita is starting to step out of that. Like, he's overlapping the Don Callis family.
Yeah, I think they're going to turn Takeshita babyface because him and Okada, especially like you called weeks ago, him and Okada are kind of they're not long for this group together. And I think Okada is going to end up being the one with the Don Callis family. And Takeshita, especially coming off winning the G1 Climax in New Japan, I think he's definitely slotted up to have that big baby face run and potentially setting up that match with the unified champion of Okada. So I definitely see that. And of course, Fletcher is another one on my list here as a guy that they need to push. Now, he's not going to be a baby face, but he's definitely a guy that they need to be putting on the forefront of the AEW roster, no doubt about it. But some other guys I'd like to kind of highlight here. Obviously, Darby Allin, you mentioned a little bit earlier. That's a guy who's now back from Mount Everest, so I think it's definitely time to put him, going forward. He's definitely got his issues with the Moxley and the Death Riders right now, so I think that makes a lot of sense to push him in that main event level. We just got Hook return as well, I believe, at Forbidden Door. It was within the last week or so. So he's definitely back. Another guy who I kind of feel like they should probably strap the rocket to just a little bit. Still a little bit green in some respects, but I think you could do some stuff with him. Mark Briscoe, which, by the way, speaking of congratulations earlier, Mark Briscoe, congratulations to him and his family on having their new little one as well. So good for Mark. He even cut a promo with his newborn on Dynamite this week. But they've been setting up Mark
tiny
Briscoe.
as hell.
Tiny little baby, but good for them. I'm pretty sure it's a daughter.
I said the same thing, but it's just big. Like,
yeah.
Does the baby just look that small because he's so big, or
that could be
little?
You may be right there. Yeah.
I'm not sure, right. But it was funny. Like, he cut the promo kind of quiet, then he handed the baby off. Then he went into a little bit more crazy Mark Briscoe, but it was pretty hilarious. Yeah, so congratulations to him as well. But like I said, though, in weeks, like over the last month or more, they've really been pushing Mark Briscoe as like the top babyface at times. Do you think he could like literally take over a top babyface role? I know a lot of people kind of look at him as the tag team guy at one point, but they've been doing a pretty good job of furthering him, I think. Right, yeah.
They could, but it's just if his end goal isn't to be champion, if their end goal for him not to be champion, but to be like, I don't know. I would personally like to see it. Because again, I'm a huge, Briscoe brothers fan. So like I'd like to see it, but is it the same value? You get what I'm saying? They hold the same value. Is it could just be that good baby face, but chases the title but never gets it, then there's no payoff there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. They've been putting him in like top feuds, so I don't know. I mean, I think it could work, but
it could work, and I mean it'd be huge. But if your goal isn't that, then I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do with them afterwards?
Well, I guess let's kind of again. It's one of those deals. It's like you strap the rocket to one of these guys. Like I said, I think you got to follow through. You can't be like, and then pull back. I mean,
yeah.
Not only that, if you don't,
that's been
it has.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it has. But I just think it's just like, and I get like maybe if something ain't working or whatever, but at some point you got to commit. You know what I mean? Speaking of committing, I know you said Orange Cassidy's not there. Yes, but he was just recently, as of this week, I believe, cleared for return. So as of right now, it sounds like Orange Cassidy is expected to return somewhat soon from surgery to repair a torn pec that he had back in March. So it could be any day now. It sounds like they're waiting on creative to come up with something. And once that's the case, he should be back on our television. So that's another guy I think who is definitely over enough. Hopefully his body's been able to rest and hopefully heal a little bit because he was going full bore there for a long time, defending, I believe I think it might have been the TNT champ, but anyway, he was defending the international championship over and over and over again. So not only that, another guy ready to come back from injury is Eddie Kingston. It sounds like he is officially in the gym and in the ring, working out for a return. So that could potentially happen before the end of the year as well. And he was definitely over, and he has definitely no love lost for guys like Moxley. Of course, they were friends and stuff as well, but they've also been bitter enemies. So people like that could definitely become the new figurehead of AEW now with some of these injuries. Not to say that Swerve or Adam Cole or Kenny Omega or Will Ospreay will ever come back, but literally we got this shot at the end of Wrestle Dream about a year or so ago when Moxley and everybody in the AEW locker room kind of come out, but yet Moxley and them got away or whatnot, and they literally showed Darby, Orange, Daniel Garcia, and Hook kind of like as they were setting up this whole potential young blood kind of coming into their own and taking over AEW and leading the pack. So this is kind of potentially going to become a full circle type thing if they actually follow through on it. So we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being a thing or not. But yeah, your thoughts on just the future of AEW? Do you think they got enough stars to sustain through these injuries, or do you think they're going to struggle a little bit?
As long as they do, as long as they follow through, like that's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
And push more of their homegrown guys. Yes, that's what you need to do. That's what they be focusing on. That's what they should have focused on.
Mm-hmm.
If they do it right, yeah, any one of these guys. I don't know about Daniel Garcia. Like I truly don't know. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying in the ring he isn't capable. It's his character.
Mm-hmm.
What am I looking for with Daniel? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You could work that out with him. Sure, he'll be just fine. He could be your top guy. So could Hook. We definitely don't know Cassie can, and obviously Darby can. It's just you have to no more this start and stop shit. If you're gonna go. Especially with a guy like Garcia and Hook.
Yeah, I mean, Garcia's character's got to be more than just the, it's got to be more than that. Which I think it can be. I actually wonder if Garcia could be a guy potentially that could benefit from a heel turn. I kind of wonder if maybe it's just like a change of scenery type thing, and maybe it actually ends up working for him. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if they actually pull that trigger on it. But the way they were kind of building it, they may not. But if he loses again to Moxley after coming this close, literally, that's what Mox said to him this week. This close, potentially it could just drive him over the edge, and he destroys Matt Menard, and we're off to the races. So we'll have to wait and see if that is the case for sure. But yeah, I think it's definitely time for AEW to fulfill that promise of their young stars, and personally feel now is the time to do it and fulfill this tease that you gave us all the way back over a year ago now. So yes, but one thing I did want to mention at the end of with the wrestling stuff at Forbidden Door. Last thing is that in regards to AEW, before we move on, we completely whiffed on the winner of the AEW World Tag Team Championship match. We thought it was probably going to be FTR defeating the Hurt Syndicate and, of course, one of Bro Dito to take the fall. That was not the case. Bro Dito actually wins the AEW Tag Team Championships by pinning FTR as the Hurt Syndicate were screwed out of the titles by Ricochet and the Gates of Agony, setting up their feud, which has kind of been a long time coming here after the Hurt Syndicate pretty much embarrassed Ricochet a while back. So yeah, kind of nice to see some new faces with the titles, a new tag team. A little bit, it kind of felt like two guys you could throw together, but with the injury, I believe, to Buddy Matthews and of course Julia Hart kind of going off on her own with the Triangle of Madness. This makes some sense, I think. And of course, even though it was announced officially this last week on Dynamite that CNC, Copeland and Cage, or Cope and Cage, whatever you want to call them, will be facing FTR at All Out in Toronto, like we did predict. It just won't be for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. And I don't necessarily think this match does need that. I think you can get by without the titles being involved here. So thoughts on CNC versus FTR, and thoughts on Bandito, and Brody King winning the AEW Tag Team Championships.
Yeah, I was right about that one.
I was too. Yeah.
It makes sense if you think about it. Because what was the point if you gave the titles to FTR and then have them face Christian and Edge and not give them to Edge and Christian?
And then it'd be like transitional champions, and that part sucks. So yeah.
But as far as this match goes, there's no way FTR wins this, right?
I wouldn't think so.
But see, I would, if I was booking it, I'd have Copeland and Christian Cage lose this match.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're built up right now, literally your hottest heel tag team faction. So they would.
Yeah, you're still breaking up pretty bad, buddy. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like you said, I wouldn't think they would make this match and have FTR win it per se, especially since they're building up this whole Christian Cage babyface turn from the sounds of it. It's slowly but surely kind of moving into position. At some point, you got to figure Christian Cage is going to come completely back to the light. But I did kind of like there was a spot on Dynamite this week, though, where Christian started to talk about FTR's parent or father figures in their life. And of course, Edge or Copeland tried to cut him up. Be like, no, we're not talking about their father. You're being an asshole. And then, of course, the crowd started booing at that. And I like how Cope was just like, you all are a bunch of sickos. All right, fine. And he gave the mic to Cope or Cage, and then Cage was like, yeah, those bitches dead, talking about their dad, like, which is totally what Cage would do. Christian Cage, loves to make fun of in very dark ways the death of maybe other wrestlers' parents or the father in particular. It's kind of part of the shtick. But which, again, so it's kind of him still being a heel, but I think eventually Cope is going to eventually get him to come all the way back to the light, I would think. And maybe that's when they win the AEW World Tag Team Championships. I don't know. That's just kind of my opinion. But so, yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to the tag match. I think it'll be great. I mean, FTR getting to work with one of the all-time great tag teams. But it's been a long time since they've really, I mean, they tag teamed at Forbidden Door. And hopefully they can kind of build that. And I think their chemistry was still pretty good after all these years. And we know FTR can go. I don't know if it'll be like a Briscoe and FTR situation, but still could be a lot of fun, no doubt. Who do you think will challenge Bro Dito for the tag team championships in AEW? Any idea?
It would be TR, but or Young Bucks.
Yeah, you can see that. Trying to. I mean,
other than that, I mean, who else do they have as a tag team?
Off the top of my ear, go test me here. I mean, obviously they got some tag teams. I don't know if I put them all in world tag team level yet. Obviously, I think Ricochet with Gates of Agony, but that's kind of more like a trios thing right now with the Hurt Syndicate, which makes me again kind of wonder with Ricochet and Gates of Agony facing off against the Hurt Syndicate. I wonder if that means we're going to finally get Cedric Alexander with the Hurt Syndicate here, making that trio, make it a 6-man tag. I'm not totally sure if that's going to be the case or not, but that could definitely be something they end up doing. I guess, yeah, you could always do the Young Bucks. Man, I mean, I guess if Kenny and Ibushi, if Kenny can stay healthy and continue to do his thing, I don't know. Maybe you could do that. Kind of kick a little bit of the onus off of Omega in a singles match. Potentially, you could do that. Obviously, Don Callis families, you could mix and match any of those against these guys. So yeah, there's always that potential as well. So I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Why? That's another question. Mm-hmm. Why not Max Alexander and Don Callis family, the guy they signed from TNA?
Oh, Josh Alexander. Yeah.
Josh Alexander. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Why not him and what's his fucking name?
Archer.
The guy that was part of Aussie Open.
Oh, Mark Davis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. I mean, especially since him and Kyle Fletcher ain't tagging.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, Brian Cage. Yeah, you could do something with Wardlow. Yeah. I mean, Brian Cage and Archer are a tag team. I mean, you could definitely go through trios titles with these guys as well if you want to throw.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Archer's in that group too.
I know it is a lot. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the Heenan family way back in the day. A bunch of different people in it, no doubt about it. So in that regard, I get it. But he's no Bobby Heenan, Don Callis, but for sure. But I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of potential there. It just depends. And of course, you got guys like Jet Speed, coming up as well. You got you could always go with Skyflight or some of those tag teams that didn't quite go over so well with like Top Flight or whatnot. I don't think Private Party is still involved in AEW anymore from the sounds of things. So, but yeah, there's potential all the way around for all these different tag teams they're trying to build. And again, it'll be fresh matchups with Bro Dito, no doubt about it. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we're still trying to battle a little bit through their internet a little bit here, but we're going to try to make it work here. So, how's it look to you guys? Doing all right?
No, it's dropping on my end. I don't know why either.
It could just be service type thing situation too. Brandon was frozen there. Oh, yeah.
It hasn't been that bad, and hardwired, babe.
Uh-huh.
Have you tried restarting your computer lately?
Yeah, you let it run all the time, Brandon.
Work fast earlier.
getting all that corruption going on, man. You got to restart it, let it refresh every now and then. Brandon was frozen there, according to Mike, like Matt was that one time, mouth wide open, like he just took it from anyway. I mean, yeah, that I didn't see the one you're talking about with Brandon, but that night with Matt, man, I think the cat clawed his leg, I believe is what he said, and he just went and got stuck with it. It's in the opening of our show. If you want to check it out, it's hilarious. We died laughing at that. I think it was on episode 30 of the podcast, if I'm not mistaken, which seems like forever ago when you really think about it. We're at episode 61 now. I actually kind of timed it out. I believe we'll hit about episode 100 sometime around October of next year, just in time for the midterm elections. So that'll be kind of fun. So
give me
it's
a
hard
second.
to.
I'm gonna restart this. I'll be right.
Okay, that's fine. I'll move into the movie section, and I don't know if Miranda wants to talk Star Wars too much, but we can talk about it a little bit, or if I can just roll. I can roll with it, so it's all good. All right, so let's move into the movie section here. Here we go. Let's check that out. All right, in the world of movies, we had a few stories I wanted to talk about, and then we'll get into rapid fire, and that's pretty much all we got in the world. It's been pretty slow in the world of movies this week, all things considering. It's kind of a bit of a lull, really, if you think about it. But we got some news coming out of Lucasfilm and Star Wars Starfighter, which is the Star Wars film coming out in May of 2027, if I remember correctly. And of course, we got some info when it comes to that this week as it's gearing up to start production. And it's scheduled to be a standalone film not connected to previous Star Wars movies or characters from the so-called Skywalker saga, as the film will be directed by Deadpool and Wolverine director Sean Levy. And of course, it will be starring, of course, in the starring role, Ryan Gosling will be playing the Starfighter over there in Star Wars Starfighter. So yes, that'll be awesome in my opinion. And we also got some more confirmation on other casts this week as well, including Aaron Pierre and Amy Adams. They've been cast in Starfighter as well. Now, for those of you who don't know who they may be, Amy Adams in particular was most recently known worldwide probably as Lois Lane in Man of Steel and the Justice League and the DCEU. And I thought, you know, as much as the DCEU didn't quite go over well with some fans, I thought Amy Adams did a pretty good job as Lois Lane herself, in my opinion. So I don't know. I kind of like her as an actress, so I'm kind of glad that she's joining this as well. Be interested to see what she ends up doing in the Star Wars universe. And of course, Aaron Pierre, for those of you who don't know who he is, he will be playing Jon Stewart in the upcoming Lanterns TV show that's coming to Max in 2026. As well, will be starring Kyle Chandler as Hal Jordan in that series. So I know Brandon's looking forward to that, to see how they end up doing the Green Lantern Corps in the upcoming DCU. But yes, Aaron Pierre on the left will also be joining Star Wars Starfighter, as well as the overall cast looks a little bit something like this right now, with Ryan Gosling, Amy Adams, Aaron Pierre, Mia Goth, Matt Smith, young Flynn Gray, Simon Bird, Daniel Ings, and Jamal Westman. Some of those I don't quite know as well, especially the last four. But yeah, and of course, alongside that, we got the confirmation that cinematographer Claudio Miranda is also being tapped to work on Star Wars Starfighter. For those of you who don't know who he is, he was most recently known to be the cinematographer on Tron Legacy, F1, based on the Formula One series, as well as Top Gun Maverick. So this makes a lot of sense, especially when it comes to this shot in particular. When you're talking about X-Wing and Starfighters in the world of Star Wars, you want to see, you know, shots like this, like in Top Gun Maverick, where the X-Wings are just flying all over the place and doing all sorts of crazy missions and stuff like that. So I think that it's an excellent choice when it comes to the look and feel of the fight sequences and things like that. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And on top of the cast announcement, we got our official first look of Ryan Gosling and the young boy here in Starfighter, and this is the official first look of the film. Just kind of just a rough shot of maybe like a concept of what the film's going to be kind of about there. And of course, this film will be set 5 years after the Rise of Skywalker. It will be completely set apart, not doing with anything else in the Star Wars universe. Completely new story, new characters, the whole shebang. So I'm kind of looking forward to see what Star Wars has set for us here. I know Brandon kind of came back to us a little bit late there, but I don't know if he's got any thoughts on the Star Wars universe, what they plan on doing moving forward, or you intrigued by anything that they might have coming up, like Maul or Starfighter. They've got the Mandalorian and Grogu movie coming out next year as well. But this is our first look at Starfighter with Ryan Gosling in the lead role. Thoughts?
I haven't been paying attention to anything Star Wars. I know the Maul thing we talked about. I might mind seeing that, but other than that, I don't know too much.
Yeah, well, this is the official cast for Starfighter. Got your boy who's playing Jon Stewart. Aaron Pierre has been now cast in Starfighter as well. So he's got two big things coming up in the world of geekdom, as it were, with Star Wars and the DCU. So that'll be interesting to see. I know you're looking forward to Lanterns, but yeah. So, but like I said, the bottom four there: Flynn Gray, Simon Bird, Daniel Ings, and Jamal Westman. I don't even know much about. Flynn Gray might even be like introducing type situation. Like he looks pretty young there. So, but yeah. So I think it's got a solid cast, all things considered. And definitely looking forward to that in about I don't know, a year and a half's time. Be coming to theaters in May. Yeah, so I don't know. Star Wars has got to do something to pique interest, because, to be quite honest, DEI hire over there Kathleen Kennedy a little bit. In Star Wars and Disney's kind of screwed the pooch on some of their big, blockbuster, properties when it comes to Marvel and Star Wars as of late. So they've got to get things turned around over there. Otherwise, it's not going to be good news for the world of Disney over there. No doubt about it. So looking forward to it. Can't wait to see it. And hopefully it'll be good. No doubt about it. The next thing in the world of movies I wanted to talk about is, of course, there's been a delay. And, of course, my internet's okay. There we go. Now, there's been a delay in the world of movies, and of course, that means we're going to be getting Mortal Kombat 2 a little bit later than we were hoping for. Mortal Kombat 2 has officially been delayed to May 15th, 2026. And yeah, the movie was set to come out, I believe, October 24th, 2025, but it has now officially been pushed back 7 months to May 15th, 2026. And now it will officially become the start and the kickoff to the summer movie season in 2026. Unless you count The Devil Wears Prada as the official start of the summer blockbuster season. They got a sequel to that movie coming out, but I don't necessarily call that, for me personally, it's not I'm not the demographic for it for sure. But it will now release 1 week before the next Star Wars film in 2026, which is The Mandalorian and Grogu. So since this delay is now 7 months, speculation immediately became whether or not Mortal Kombat 2 tested horribly and reshoots were needed, which caused the delay. However, I'm going to offer a more positive possibility here. The film may be getting good enough praise from the test screenings that they actually felt the film would be more successful kicking off the summer season. So based on where the film was moved, it could actually be a sign of confidence from the studio in the product that they actually have now. So in that regard, this could actually be a positive thing that Mortal Kombat got moved up to the prime summer movie season. So I know we watched the first Mortal Kombat together on a recording, or so we've tried to record like a reaction for a stream, I believe. But either way, I wonder what your thoughts on Mortal Kombat 2 getting delayed are. You looking forward to it still, or do you think this could be a problem that it got pushed back? If your internet's working with us.
Well, this is a struggle. I don't know what the heck.
Oh, you're all right now. So.
Because Miranda's not here. The moment she logs back in, it'll die again. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the heck this is right now.
It's too much broadband on.
As far as Mortal Kombat goes, but as far as I liked the one we watched together. I thought it was phenomenal. I mean, don't get me wrong. There were some things that were campy and tropey about it, but I think that's what those movies have become. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like even the original one was like, you know what I mean? Like it was so like focusing on Johnny Cage, who's always kind of funny kind of character. Right?
Yeah,
I was excited to see the movie regardless because like I wanted to see what it's going to be like.
Yeah, I think it's got potential. I mean, I think the character designs are pretty top notch when it comes to the video game. I think it looks exactly like the video game, all things considered. So yeah, I mean, I'm hoping it's actually still good. The one thing I did think in the trailer that we saw recently that we really reacted to was Baraka's mouth. I thought it looked like the visual effects just weren't quite done yet. So I'm hoping they'll at least maybe kind of square that up in the extra 7 months, no doubt. And maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just kind of tweaking it, trying to get everything just right, things like that. But yeah, it definitely kind of caused a little bit of concern when it comes to the fan base that it got pushed back so far, especially now that we're only literally like 2 months away when it was supposed to come out. So it's like you waited to the last minute to push this thing off 7 months. And by doing so, you definitely got all the fans kind of going, oh, wait, well, this may not be as good as we thought. Of course, the first movie, it was, I think a lot of people just kind of, especially if the fan base was kind of like, all right, it was good, but it could have been a lot better. Especially in regards to the Cole Young character and things like that. A lot of people didn't care for some of the decisions, like killing Goro midway through the first movie was kind of like, So there's certain things that this film could definitely improve upon. I'm hoping it still will do that. But yeah, after 7 months delay, the delay itself sucks. So this kind of sums up my thoughts on it a little bit too. It sucks it's delayed that long, but I would rather they get it right than to rush the release and not have a good movie. So hopefully this is a positive thing. And like I said, there's two ways of looking at it. You could say it's a negative thing because it's pushed and maybe they need reshoots, or it's a positive thing because they've decided to put it in prime, starting off the summer season, like a prime time slot there. So I think that would be a good thing too, if it is in fact good. So I'll have to wait and see how that goes here for sure. We'll skip one of your things right now, Mike, because we are going to talk about that here in just a second. But Mike said, where is Matt to fail? Where is Matt to fail to save this show? Well, yeah, that's for sure. I don't know if he could save it. But anyway, to fail to save it, that's another story. But he very well could do that. But yeah. So yeah, we're trying to make it work, man. This is the beauty of live television. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna try my best to kind of hold it down, and hopefully things will just work out, and we'll get to work the best we can. So, all right.
All right. T-Mobile's gonna get a phone call.
Yeah. Well.
Just fuck her.
For sure.
Yeah, I hear you. But we'll get her figured out. We'll get her figured out, no doubt about it. I hope at least I'm coming off good for you people watching us. So for sure. And for the most part, I think you're coming through pretty decent. But you have these moments of like choppiness, especially when Brandon starts talking.
Drops.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it just
I'll get the thing that says something wrong, and
okay. Yeah. Well, remember that night I had that problem where all I could do was sit in comments and pull up the pictures. Same sort of thing I was going through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I understand it. If all else fails, if it gets real bad and I can't go on, I'll just cut the show off. All there is to it. So I'm not as uncomfortable going live on my own. I prefer not to because I like to have the back and forth. But at the same time, we'll do the best we can. Let's see. You're the only one not blurry, Sally, talking to me, I'm assuming. So yeah, well, I mean, like I said, we'll work it out the best we can. Maybe it'll clear up to in like the next half hour or something. You never can tell with these things, but yeah, I've been there. I know the pain. All right, well, let's get into the rapid fire movie segment, and I'll jump through some stuff on that. And one thing Mike commented on, we'll talk about that too. So here we go. And we lost one more. Another one down, another one down, another one bit the dust. Hey, you don't want me to sing. Everybody will definitely tune out if that happens. But anyway, all right, when it comes to the world of movies, we got some rapid fire stuff I thought we'd get into here. And of course, I'm not quite prepared. So here we go. We're going to run through them all real quick. All right, so Marvel Studios has officially begun work on the new X-Men movie, according to director Jake Schreier, who was the director of the Thunderbolts. So if you've seen the Thunderbolts film and you like that, you're going to get some more stuff from him when it comes to the world of the X-Men. So don't know exactly when this movie's coming out just yet. My guess is at the earliest 2028, but it's nice to see that Marvel Studios has officially begun their official work over there with the X-Men. So good to see that is going to be coming down the line here, the next live action version of that. Mike mentioned in the chat, he said, did you see that the people behind Cobra Kai will be doing a Knight Rider movie for Netflix? I did not know about the Netflix part of it. However, yes, I have seen the news about the new Knight Rider movie. And as he mentioned, it is coming from the Cobra Kai creators, John Hurwitz, Hayden Schlossberg, and Josh Heald. And they're writing a script with David Leitch producing the film. So that should be coming out relatively soon, probably in the next couple years or so for sure. I don't know if there's an audience for Knight Rider as much as there used to be anymore. Knight Rider is obviously more of like, our young age group for sure. It was on television at the time, but who knows? Like they sometimes try to do reboots and stuff from properties from way back when, like RoboCop. I didn't necessarily think the new movie they did was that great, but who knows? Maybe they could do something with Knight Rider. Maybe it'll be a little bit different. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that goes for sure with Kit, the car there. So that'll be a lot of fun to check out. We also got actor Josh Duhamel stating that he is in fact interested in returning to Transformers live action films, as he also played Colonel Lennox in previous Transformers movies. So newsflash, actor wants work. So that's always good. But I thought he was actually one of the better parts of the Transformers films. He did a pretty good job as Colonel Lennox over there. So we'll see if he ends up getting cast in the upcoming Transformers stuff, with potentially Michael Bay also returning to the franchise as well. That's been discussed as well over there at Paramount. So we could be seeing more of that. If you're going to bring back them, who's to say they won't bring back Shia LaBeouf? But I think he's kind of been a little bit blackballed a little bit from Hollywood based on some of the stuff he maybe had done as well. We'll have to see how that goes. We also got Paramount is apparently trying to acquire the film rights to potentially make a Call of Duty film. I don't know if Brandon can really say much on this with the internet at the moment, but if he has thoughts on this, I'll be curious to see what he has to think about a Call of Duty film.
I know it's a war movie. They're gonna have cheap skins in it. Then no.
Well, I was about to say that Call of Duty, about the only thing you could do is make a war movie out of it. And how are you going to be able to do that to stand apart? I don't know, So, yeah, I mean, I go lie. I wouldn't mind seeing the guy with the skull mask there. I think that's pretty dope. But yeah, I just don't know how you make this. Yeah, is that his name, Ghost? Okay, I'm not a big Call of Duty guy as much as he is, but so yeah, I mean, I maybe it could work. I don't know, but yeah, you would just be kind of.
I mean, it could work, but not as a movie. I think as a series, fine, but as a movie, no. Because the way Call of Duty works and the way they jump through different timelines and all that shit, it just wouldn't make sense. Especially depending on the era that they to tell the story in, it just wouldn't make sense. And plus, you have more freedom in a sense with video games than you do with movies. There are just some scenes, no matter what you think, you can't put in a movie that you can put in a video game. There's two in particular that were kind of pivotal points in the game that I don't think you could put in a movie without it being some big disclaimer as to this scene is going to be violent and and uncomfortable. Without the fear of starting a copycat situation also.
Well, I mean, I guess time will tell if this ends up being a success or if it actually ends up getting made too. They don't get the rights to it. It don't matter. And they can't do nothing with it. But Paramount, new ownership over there, at least seems to be focused on getting new properties and, continuing to make more of the current properties they own. So they seem to be all business over there at the new Paramount ownership. So that's at least good to see, no doubt about it. Recently, Alan Ritchson, who we've all discussed about potentially becoming the next Batman in the DCU, recently spoke to James Gunn, and he said that words were exchanged about Batman between the two, but he strongly doesn't think that Batman is in his future. He does, however, think there is something in his future with DC, just not Batman. So, not gonna lie, I would have liked to see him as Batman. He's definitely got the physique about him to become the next Bruce Wayne, no doubt about it. But it'll be interesting to see who James Gunn does end up casting as the next Batman. If it is not Alan Ritchson, this could be Alan Ritchson just kind of playing coy and not wanting to let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. Or it could legitimately be a thing, and he's just not going to become the next Batman. Can you think of? I mean, obviously Bane comes to mind. Potentially, as when it comes to his physique, I don't know, but can you think of another character you'd maybe like to see him play outside, maybe on the hero side of things? Big and bulky like that?
Solomon Grundy.
Yeah, maybe.
Solomon Grundy, he could play Grundy. Other than Bane, I mean, Killer Croc.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
If they were talking about Batman, who's to say they weren't talking about Batman, but just him maybe as the villain? That could be a thing. I mean, it is the first chapter of the DCU is called Gods and Monsters. Killer Croc would kind of fit. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, it could be interesting, no doubt about it. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. But I would like to see him in the DCU, even if he is not Batman. I think there is something that James Gunn could work with him on. Now I've got stuff popping up here a little bit. Ad plus, here we go. All right. You couldn't see that, thank goodness. But anyway, where were we here? And as Miranda tries to come back as well, we're trying to make it work. We're making it do.
Second, I gotta check something real quick.
Okay, that's fine. We also got apparently Destination D23 has been going on. Actually, I believe it was this weekend. And we got confirmation of the new subtitle for the upcoming Ice Age 6 film, and it's going to be known as Ice Age Boiling Point. And that film has now been pushed, I believe, from December 2026, which would have been going up against Avengers Doomsday, which, again, owned by Disney, so they're both not going to be on at the same time. It has now been pushed to February 5th, 2027. So good to kind of get it out of the way of the Avengers movies, no doubt about that. We're also going to be getting Baby Scrat making his return with Scrat in the upcoming Ice Age Boiling Point. So now that we know the title of the film, got a little bit of details that we're going to be seeing the little one around a little bit longer as well. So for those of you who enjoy the series, you'll get to see Baby Scrat grace your screens one more time. We'll also got some more news when it comes to Toy Story 5 and Pixar, which will be hitting theaters, I believe, in June of 2026. We've got a couple new characters that have been announced, and one of them is called Smarty Pants, and it is described as a potty training toy that will be voiced by Conan O'Brien. So that, interestingly, right there. I don't think I've ever seen this particular toy in real life. Maybe a whole new creation, but interesting to think about there. Smarty Pants for a toilet potty training toy. That's pretty crazy. We also got our first look at Lily Pad in Toy Story 5. This is a tablet that will be the villain of the film as the toys go up against electronics taken away from the normal toys. So Lily Pad or Lily iPad will be the villain of Toy Story 5. Don't know who's going to be voicing this particular character, or at least I don't yet. Maybe I missed something somewhere. But Lily Pad and Smarty Pants, new characters upcoming for the Toy Story 5. So this one will be voiced by Conan O'Brien. So yeah, interesting to see there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. And the last thing, when it comes to the world of animation at Disney, the Incredibles 3 has officially been announced to be releasing in 2028. So 3 years from now, we'll get the third installment of the Incredibles franchise and potentially the final entry into that trilogy. So yeah, that could be really good. So yeah. Any thoughts on Destination D23 and some of the stuff they announced, including the Ice Age subtitle for their upcoming 6th installment?
There's 6 Ice Age movies?
There will be. We got 5 now. And I believe there was even like maybe, I think I want to say there was maybe even a Netflix movie they did with one of the side characters a little bit. But yeah, this will be the 6th full Ice Age film. Yes. But yeah, a lot of stuff that Disney acquired through their Fox acquisition and stuff like that they're finally putting to good use. Let's put it that way at this point. And last but not least, in the world of movie news, Clayface has officially begun filming over there in Liverpool, and they're using its city and architecture as the backdrop for Gotham in the new DCU, which is again, which I'm going to show you in just a second, is furthering the point that Robert Pattinson's Batman will not be the upcoming DCU Batman. Obviously, here's kind of our first look at Gotham in the DCU with this big, this looks like to be a church or a cathedral here being used as a backdrop. So on top of that, obviously, since there will be a distinction between the two universes here, this just kind of shows a little bit of that. On the left, you see the Gotham Police Department car and the Gotham News van or truck on the left. Definitely looks different than the Gotham News truck and Gotham Police car on the right, which is in the Batman series. So definitely they're setting the two apart from the looks of things. Otherwise, they'd have the same logos and that sort of stuff. So I think this pretty much puts to bed that speculation of Robert Pattinson's Batman joining the DCU with David Gordon Sweat's Superman. So in that regard, I think that's at least good to finally get which they've been saying all along they're not going to cross. But we all have been speculating that maybe they bring Robert Pattinson's over, but doesn't appear to be the case. So, and to be quite honest, and again, I want to remind everybody too, James Gunn was talking about Peacemaker season 2 as of late, and he said he has not shown the last 3 episodes of the season to pretty much anybody. And he's also said that there will be big characters show up in this season, even leading into what comes after. So I honestly believe we might get the DCU's Batman reveal in Peacemaker season 2, or at least a Superman cameo. Something big, I think, is coming at the end of this season within the next couple months. So, thoughts on all this? Anything jump out to you in particular, or did your internet? You said you were going to go check on something. I don't know if it works or not, but what do you think?
I'm hoping it worked.
It sounds good right now, so go for it, brother.
What was I going to say? I lost my train of thought.
I know. I've been there. Look, what Brandon's going through right now, I've been there 1,000 times. So I'm trying. I get it, brother. Smile, breathe. Woosah. It's frustrating.
You remember that day we came by to help me with the computer and how
I do vividly. You should have seen me here that night that the podcast went to pot on my end. I was saying words I shouldn't have said. I would have been throwing things if I didn't want to tear something up. I fully get it.
Yeah,
I get it. But anywho,
I'm excited to see who it's going to be to play Batman. And you might be right; it may be in the Peacemaker. It would be, But I will say this: them shooting. Where'd you say they're shooting it at in England?
Liverpool. That's in
Liverpool.
England, right? I don't think Liverpool. Yeah.
I understand why, because a lot of their architecture is still that old, Gothic kind of architecture. And when you think of Gotham, it's buildings like this that you see architect-wise or architectural. Like, you know what I mean? Like the scene and the look of this is what Gotham looks like. So, like, I like it, though. I do.
There's other shots online which I didn't pull up that have a lot of graffiti on like walls and stuff. One in particular, which I thought about pulling up, one of the graffiti said "the Jokers," plural. And it made me start to think about how we've talked about the DCU is talking about bringing in the Bat family and the Superman family, the Super family or whatever. Were there multiple Joker type, like with Harley Quinn and stuff?
It became. You remember how what Marvel did with the Mandarin? Instead of being a person, it was an organization, right? In this aspect, instead of Joker being a person, it was a gang. What Joker was an actual person then, but it became, I forget how he died or what happened to what the case may be, but like then it was like a copycat version of Joker. But it became more of a gang than anything. They ran under the moniker of Joker, but it was a group and not just a person.
Well, as you can see here, this is the picture I'm talking about. On the what looks to be like, I don't know, second panel over, you can see kind of in white and black that says the Joker's there, kind of right in here. And it's like, and this is kind of the picture that, well, it's kind of not real big to see, but they had like multiple different people in clown makeup or whatever. So I didn't know if you knew anything more about that than I did, because I've only heard of like Joker and Harley Quinn. That's kind of my wheelhouse. But
it became more of a gang than just.
And don't worry, this is not supposed to be just downtown Liverpool. This is supposed to be a movie set, so it's supposed to look like Gotham, which again GCPD and the GCPD. So there's protests about the cops.
Must be a Democrat running Gotham.
Well, it's interesting because I wouldn't say like Superman is a like hugely political type movie, but you can tell there's like little elements to even some of the stuff that we deal with in modern day a little bit. And some of this stuff like defund the police and things like that could potentially make its way into like a Gotham City storyline. It could make a lot of sense, actually.
But the Gotham City series, like literally a lot of the cops are corrupt. I mean, they really are.
True too. Yeah, that's different.
And it's part of the whole story of Batman and why they hate him as a vigilante, because he was interrupting a lot of their side dealings and business practices and shit. So like that's why a lot of the cops didn't like Batman to begin with.
Yeah, so it would make a lot of narrative sense to throw that in there, especially with the corruption, which, don't get me wrong, happens in the real world too. So, I mean, all that stuff could very well tie neatly into the upcoming Batman series if they, end up taking that route, no doubt about it. We'll have to wait and see where they go. I just think you got to be careful with that sort of thing. If you get too like on the nose in the real world, some people will be like, I don't go to my movies to see that. So, you know what I mean? So you got to be careful with that too. People want to go to
this aspect because a lot of like in Batman, a lot of the GCPD was on like the mob's payroll, and that's how Joker and especially Penguin was a way, and Two-Face. Hell, even the crime syndicate in the Batman series, how they got away with a lot of shit was because they were on the payroll of these criminals and shit like that. Gotham is a lawless place by design essentially, and it took someone like Batman to start airing this shit out and cleaning up the streets of Gotham. But police corruption was a big part of it.
Absolutely, it was. So yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see where they go. I'm definitely curious to see who they cast. And like I said, maybe we'll get Batman by the end of Peacemaker season 2. Maybe we won't. But when he's saying little teases like that and he's not showing those episodes to anybody, it makes you wonder. Not only that, I believe they reiterated, over the last few days or whatnot, that there is an untitled movie in the DCU set to come out in May of 2026, which is next year. We know about Supergirl. We know about Clayface and the Lantern TV series next year. But they've had this May date set aside, which is a week after The Mandalorian, 2 weeks now after Mortal Kombat. It makes you kind of wonder, is there something they're willing to drop? There's a lot of people online saying it's going to be an animated film. But will that come out theatrically? Or is that something kind of like the DC, original animated films that kind of stand and do their own thing? That could be a thing too. But there's a lot of speculation. I don't think that they'd be able to pull this off. But what if the DCU has secretly filmed some sort of movie that's set to come out next year? Wouldn't that be something? I mean, I highly doubt it, but you never can tell. So we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being a thing. So yeah. All right. You guys ready to move on to the sports stuff? We got a few things going on in the world of sports this weekend, especially a big sports weekend, no doubt about it. So let's check that out. Trying to see. Oh, Mike sent me a picture of that moment where Brandon was stuck like Matt was, and it's pretty good. I'll have to say that definitely worth it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if I can pull it up. You want to do that? Let's do that real quick. Why not? Let's do it. We're already off the rails. Let's have some fun with it. You know what I mean? See if I can find it. Oh wait. Oh, he sent it via text. Darn it. I'll have to do that later. My bad. I don't think I pull that up as easy. So anyway, we'll do it next time. Or can I send it?
You can send it to you can send it to yourself on like.
Yeah, I know. I just didn't want to take too much time, but like, what the hell? We're out of it. We're off the rails on a crazy train. Yeah, let's see here. All right, let's do that. Attachment. I gotta save it first. So I know, gripping television, right? Can I? Oh, come on. There's got to be a way to say. Oh, there it is. All right, there we go. Sorry. So, what did you guys think about the college football that started today? Did you watch anything?
I fell asleep, and I wanted to watch the Texas game, but I was asleep. But my lovely wife was kind enough to let me know what the score was, and in the Ohio State and Texas game. And it wasn't a high-scoring affair, but it's the first game of the season. The boys are just getting started. But we did beat the number 1 ranked team right now, which is Texas. Even though we are the number 3 ranked team, but we won. So
yeah, and speaking of which, by the way, here's Arch Manning's stats. Nothing against the kid. He's a young 21-year-old, but because his last name is Manning, everybody's expecting everything out of this kid, and a lot of people in Colts circles, especially, are hoping that the Colts will, either tank the season or whatever to get him as our future quarterback.
I don't think we need to hope about tanking the season. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, not only that is, I was going to throw out there the quick, thought. Is this kind of going to put a kibosh on all of the quarterback hype for Arch Manning, or are we just going to kind of, take this as, hey, you had a bad game against the defending college football champs? Like, you know what I mean? Like, are they the hype going to go too far?
Look, we were talking about this earlier. It's his, second year, right? He sat behind Quentin his first year. He played a couple games there. This is his first outing on his own. Yes, it is against the defending champions. It wasn't going to be an easy game. Whether they won or lost this game, it wasn't going to be an easy game going up against the team that literally just won the national championship. So this, I'm not going to say this is indicative of how the rest of his year is going to go. But if it is, though, I don't see the point in drafting him as a Colt, like so many Colts fans want to happen, because we'll just end up in the same position we are in now.
Yeah.
But
well,
again, this is only game 1. And it was,
yeah.
17 for 30, damn, 170 yards, though. That's wild.
I want to say I think he only had like 38 yards going into the fourth quarter. It was not good. It was really rough.
It's against, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, the defending champion.
Yeah, it's not like they're playing slouches here. Okay. It's the number 1 ranked team that won that played against the number 3 ranked team that won a national championship. Hell, Ohio State's first game didn't start off too fucking hot either, but yet they won a championship. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
we did after that go to steamroll everybody except for fucking Michigan. I almost threw it when I said it. That team up north.
Yeah. Yeah, that team. Yeah.
That team.
But yeah, but it is interesting to note, though, too, that following the Texas Longhorns, Ohio State Buckeyes game, Peyton and Eli Manning sent out a release statement regarding their nephew. Just so you know, it's kind of important. But
that's wild.
So yeah, all you fans out there who want Manning to become the next Peyton or even Eli, simmer down a little. Don't put that pressure on the kid.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Don't do that. Yeah. Just because they share the last name, don't do that. Like, you can't put that kind of pressure on him. He's 21 years old.
Yeah,
he knows who he is. He knows who his uncles are. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's aware.
Yeah, more than anybody. Yeah.
You can't put that much. You can't put more pressure on him than he's already put on himself in the first place.
Even his grandpa. The pressure from even way back, or even Cooper, his dad was a wide receiver. So it obviously, yes, it runs in the family. And I'm not saying the kid won't be good, but everybody wants to make him out to be the number 1 overall.
He won't if he gets in his head, because he's not as good as everybody thinks he's going to be.
Exactly.
You got to let the kid develop. Let him be his own. Stop comparing him to Peyton. Stop comparing him to Eli. Hell, not even his grandfather. Like, let him be his own man. Because and fans have a way of doing this, and I'm one of them, of shattering. You set these expectations for these people, and if they don't live up to it, or they do one thing that's a misstep on their part, like, you condemn them. You can't do that. He's young as shit in his college career of football. Let him play. Let him develop. Let him become who he's going to be, and go from there. But you can't put all this pressure on the kid, because you'll kill it. And if you break his confidence now, then it's a dead issue.
Mm-hmm. And we went through this last year as Colts fans. A lot of Colts fans were like, well, the Indianapolis Colts have got to go out and draft Marvin Harrison Jr. because he's Marvin Harrison's son, which, by the way, the Colts would have had to give up their entire future to do so. They were not in a position to go get him. But then we went through that then. So now everybody's like, well, you got to go get Arch Manning. He's the nephew of Peyton. Just because his last name is Manning does not mean he has to come to Indianapolis.
Yeah.
His grandpa played for the Saints. Eli played for the Giants. Doesn't even mean he has to go to any of those teams. It's going to be wherever it falls, where the chips fall where they may, as it were. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like Brandon said, let the kid be his own man, no doubt about it. But when it comes to the world of college, or at least around these parts, IU has obviously been was really huge last year for IU, making the national championship tournament. They started off their year against Old Dominion, and I'm not going to lie to you, IU struggled a little bit early on. They even got down 7-0 in that first quarter, and it looked a little rough there for a while. Now it ended up becoming a 27-7 game toward the end of the game, but then, of course, the Old Dominion got another touchdown there. But it looks a little bit more like we kind of hoped it would look. I was thinking maybe IU again. First week, everybody comes out a little bit cold, and trying to get into the swing of things a little bit. First game of the year, so good to see IU and the Hoosiers get the big win there, no doubt about that. But yeah, did you guys watch any other games or anything else jump out at you?
Mm-mm.
I know I said something in. I said something in the chat. I can't remember where it was. I don't know if I can pull it up real quick. But there was a play that I thought was outstanding that involved one of the college players today. And it was ruled a touchdown, which I thought was great. Let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. I don't want to show too much here. But, yeah, there was a play by Villanova, I believe. Is that who it was? Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up. But yeah, this was a touchdown pass technically. So watch this highlight real quick. So the quarterback's got the ball here in the backfield. Watch what happens with the ball with the Villanova quarterback. Daniel Smith So yeah, he goes and runs around and gets tripped, and the ball goes in the air. Score on official review. On official review, I don't know if you can see that too well, but his arm and his knee did not touch the ground before the ball left his hand. That is a pass, ladies and gentlemen.
Is wild.
I have never seen a play like that.
Was that by accident?
Oh yeah. Well, I assume he was trying to get rid of it or something as he was going down, but it sure looked like a fumble way up in the air, and I'm surprised it wasn't ruled down. But yeah, that's probably one of the craziest plays I've seen in college football. So there's a better shot of it.
Wow,
that is insane. That was a score.
Wow.
Guys. So yeah, we are back. The college football is definitely back, no doubt about that. But what is also back, at least for us, we thought we'd talk a little bit about at least our fantasy football draft tomorrow. As a matter of fact, are you guys ready? I'm not. So I'm not done. No, you're not ready at all. I mean, I'm ready for it. It's just I haven't done a great deal of studying, so anybody watching this who are in our league might kind of find that hilarious. But so I mean, but this is the way our keeper league looks as of right now. This is our draft board on the Yahoo Fantasy Chat that we have here. Brandon is obviously keeping Amon-Ra St. Brown with the 3rd overall pick. And we've also got our buddy Mike in the chat keeping Josh Allen with the 6th overall pick. Miranda's keeping Jalen Hurts with the 7th. Our friend Chris, Saquon, and Aaron, the Faceless Dragon, which you might see here, kept Lamar Jackson with the 9th pick. And our current champion, Bob, he kept Jahmyr Gibbs with the 10th overall pick. So there's only 4 picks in the first round left to happen here. And the top 3 guys on the board right now are Jamar Chase, Bijan Robinson, and Justin Jefferson. So here, me, number 3 here. Shit. Me here with the chicken jockeys, number 3 pick here. I've got a shot to get at least one of those 3 guys. So that's a good thing. After that, it becomes more like CeeDee Lamb, your Nico Collinses, your Malik Neighbors, your Christian McCaffreys. You know, there's some good talent still in this draft. But it's going to be a little dicey. Your pick 7, and well, you won't have a pick till round 2, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Well, hold on, let me see here. 4th, 5th. You'll be the 6th pick tomorrow, in round 2. Well, 6th pick overall, 3rd in round 2. So yeah, I mean, well, yeah, 6th, 2nd in round 2. Yeah,
I picked 8th. Oh, this is ass butter.
Yeah, but then you get 2 pretty close to each other.
I know. It's the only saving grace.
Yeah, so you'll get in the round 3, you'll get another one going to come back. So yeah, I mean, you got it, that's the way it goes. Yeah, I mean, of course, I got to talk about my boy Nate. By the way, I hope he's feeling better. He's I don't want to put it out there, but he's dealing with a little issue. If you want to ask me about it, you didn't hear, I'll tell you after the show's over. Hopefully he's planning on being there tomorrow, unless he's in some pain. But okay. I'll tell you about it later. But he's got Jaden Daniels. He's keeping him in round 8 value, which I got to tell you
is insane.
Well, it's because he took a shot at him as a rookie last year, and
it was like when I picked up. It was like that year I picked up Stroud. I picked him like 15. So like, I got extremely lucky, and that was the year, his rookie year, where he went off, and it was a great season. So like, that was great, but that Jaden Daniels pick was
he just happened to pick him in round 10, and as a 2-year value goes up, or 2-round value every year goes up in value, so he gets to keep him in a round 8. Jaden Daniels in a lot of drafts is going way up here, not way down here. You know what I mean? And of course, he also gets to keep Bucky Irving, and he's also got Trey McBride in round 14. So pretty good picks for Nate there. So I think he's already set up for, if he can nail his first 3 or 4 picks, he's way set up for victory.
Did you keep Ladd McConkey?
Yes, she did. She kept him in round 13. So that's another steal for her, I think. And he's a very new up-and-coming football player there. Aaron gets to keep Puka Nacua in round 14. Again, he kind of benefits from a former player of ours who Matt in particular, who picked him up off the waiver wire and then dropped him. So he'll get the benefit from Matt's little faux pas there. And Matt's keeping Bo Nix and a few others there as
is
well.
Henry out there today? Is Henry out there?
Ooh, Derrick Henry?
Yeah. Nobody.
Yeah, he's available. No, he's available. Matt put him back, I believe. I think he had him. Yeah, so he'll probably be looking at you too, if no one else takes him. But you might have a chance of getting him. Maybe we'll have to wait and see. So yeah, we're looking forward to that. Hoping it'll be a good, fun season. But I thought we'd just kind of do a little quick preview of that there for sure, no doubt about it. Mike said in the chat, I apologize. I was dealing with kids during a lot of the wrestling, but did you guys discuss the incident with Rampage Jackson's son nearly killing a wrestler at a show? We did not, but I did hear about that. So you want to talk about that? What are your thoughts on that?
Fucking stupid.
Yeah, it was very stupid.
First of all, the whole situation was stupid. I'm not defending Raja in this, nor am I defending Stu. But what happened to Stu was an overreaction. Like, that was uncalled for. Like, I get it. Like, what took place beforehand, he apologized to Raja for it. Raja accepted his apology. They shook hands like everything was cool. And then he sat there and planned out and talked to his live stream audience about what he was going to do. So from that point forward, I have no more sympathy from you.
No.
Whatsoever.
Yeah, you premeditated.
Whatever happens to you, and that's the end of it. Like, but he put that man in the fucking hospital, which is crazy.
Yeah. And all he really did was, what did he do? Did he crush a beer can or pour beer on him?
He hit him in the head with a beer can.
But I thought when I saw the video, it looked like it was just kind of like, hey, let's play it up for the show. It wasn't. I don't think it was something like. So
the story goes, Stu thought that he was part of the show. He thought he was a wrestler. No idea he was not. He then hit him with the can. Then found out that he was not part of the show whatsoever. Apologized for what he did. He accepted his apology, shook hands or whatever, but then for whatever fucking reason, now he was supposed to do something. There was another wrestler who invited him to the show because he was supposed to be part of it, whatever. And this is also on the promoter too. Like, there's a lot of people who have their hands in this situation. But once these two talked it out and they moved on from it, it should have been left at that. Whatever spot they had planned after that should have just been that spot and that spot alone. He's the one who took it too far.
How did he get into the ring? Was he invited into the ring?
He was supposed to be there. I'm guessing from what I understand, there was supposed to be a spot in general with him there.
Okay. So something was planned, but.
Yes. But he's the one who took it way too fucking far.
Oh, yeah. He punched him. He was knocked out, and then he punched him like 20 or 22 more times with the guy just laying there right in the skull.
Yeah. And like you can see a lot of the guys kind of freeze for a second because when it happens, your brain isn't like, you know what I mean? You're like, is this fucker for real? Like, you're not thinking like that.
Yeah.
So there's a few seconds before anybody reacts to the situation before they go, wait, no, this is serious. This is uncalled for.
Yeah, completely.
Like, it was completely unfucking called for.
And what's more uncalled for? This happened in L.A. The Los Angeles Police Department have yet, or at least when this was posted on the 25th, so a few days back, had yet to arrest Raja Jackson. I'm not so. Has he been arrested since?
I don't know.
I mean, he tried to commit murder, basically. And if other wrestlers had not pulled him off of Stu here, he probably would have killed him.
Yeah.
Because I saw the video. He wasn't letting up. They had to wrestle him off of him. So luckily, I mean, Stu is, I think he's at least up and, talking in the hospital and stuff. So I think he is doing better. So our thoughts and prayers are with what's his name? Psycho Stu. Yeah. So I mean, not two wrestlers I've heard of. I've not heard of him. But yeah, totally uncalled for, no doubt about it. Very dangerous too. And this is one I don't even know the exact promotion. It was like Rocco or something like that. I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah, ROX or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, ROX. Yeah.
A lot of the guys I seen a lot of where too. A lot of the wrestlers decided to just leave.
Well, I mean, I get it. I mean, I do. I saw pictures of like Rikishi. Is he involved in this organization at all, or at one time?
I have no idea
that you're aware of, because I know there were some pictures going around of him with like some of the wrestlers from the organization. But they. I mean, I hope they do what's necessarily. And I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard whether or not Psycho Stu wants to press charges or anything like that or anything. I probably would.
He fucking should. Yeah.
His family should, no doubt about it. So let's hope things go well for Stu and hope things are better. But yeah, thanks for mentioning that, Mike. I thought about mentioning that earlier, but I really didn't know if we had time for it. So I'm glad you brought it up. That's all.
Miranda's, you see Miranda's tag under her name?
Okay. Hey, but on the bright side, I think whatever it is cleared up at the moment. So,
I had to go have one of the kids sacrifice their internet.
Oh, well, I mean, and that may be a lot of it may not even be T-Mobile. It's, I mean, you got kids.
Xfinity was just fine with all that going on. So
okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I mean, that is a lot of juice being drained at one time. I get it if everybody's on it at once, but
we
yeah,
had
I mean,
Xfinity,
if you didn't have
when we had Xfinity, we didn't have as much, gigs than we currently have now. We have way more now, so the amount we have now is enough for a fucking business. To have internet
are you paying more now, or were you paying less under Xfinity, or what?
Well, we were paying less with Xfinity. Hold on. The reason we switched is because the plan and all the incentives and stuff ran out. So then Xfinity went up, and I'm not paying that. So then with T-Mobile, which is cheaper because we got the new customer deals, but now
that's how they like to rope you in sometimes too.
Apparently.
Yeah, they say, right? But yeah, that stinks. But hopefully you guys can get it sorted out. Like I said, right now it's running okay. But yeah, here's how you figure it out, Brandon. You say, all right, Friday nights. Which, by the way, if you're watching, we may end up going back to Fridays in a few weeks. So keep an eye out on that. So that may be a thing. But some work situations have changed a little bit. But that's what you do from now on. Just go up to the kids, say, all right, from the hours of 9:30 and so on this night every week, everybody off. That's how you handle that problem. But it shouldn't be that way. You shouldn't have to,
No, it's weird. It's frustrating.
I hear you. Well, we'll move on.
Because there are nights where there are nights where everybody's doing their own thing and it's fine. It works just fine. But then yeah,
I hear you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Mike has said in the chat, was hoping that Aaron, the Faceless Dragon, would be on. Well, not last week. He was a Face Dragon on that one. Would be on to talk about his chances of becoming a 2-time Rookie of the Year winner, which Mike will never let me forget that he caught me on that one on a podcast a few weeks back. I said something was said about Rookie of the Year. And he said something about 2-time, and I was like, oh yeah, you could be. It's like, no. I mean, he did have some beginner's luck in fantasy football last year, but he can't be Rookie of the Year twice, unfortunately. But kudos to you, Mike, for never let me live that one down. He also said it was a promotion associated with WWE's ID program, but after this, WWE dropped. I did read that the promotion where Raja attacks Stu was an ID program.
Oh, that's what it really.
They dropped him after this situation because the WWE wanted nothing to do with it. So yeah, and Anoa'i, one of Roman Reigns' family, promotes it, he believes too. So interesting. Well, see, I thought it was I've seen Rikishi in some photos with the wrestlers, so I would not be surprised if it is affiliated with some of the Anoa'i families. So make a lot of sense. But yeah, hopefully they get that squared away because that's just not cool. But kind of getting back to more sports stuff here too. We got the NFL, obviously, like I said, starting next week, and a few things I wanted to talk about in regards to the NFL. Interesting, just in regards to news when it comes around the league. We've got at least 4 wide receivers who now all the way now in 2025 are back with their original teams that they were either drafted with or their first team that they played for. So Amari Cooper is back with the Raiders. Adam Thielen is back with the Vikings, pretty much taking place for Jordan Addison as he serves his 3-game suspension. Keenan Allen is back with the Chargers, and Brandon Cooks is back with the Saints. So I thought that was kind of interesting. Like these players who've gone around the league in multiple different teams, they're back with their original teams, all of which have different situations now from the first time they were there, no doubt about it. Amari Cooper with Geno Smith and Pete Carroll, I'm not going to lie, could be interesting.
Maybe a problem. Yeah.
Could be. I don't know. They got Geno Smith there with Adam Thielen. They got JJ McCarthy with Justin Jefferson on the other side now. You also got Keenan Allen with Justin Herbert, Jim Harbaugh down there at the coaching position. And Brandon Cooks, they might have a little bit of struggle there. The Saints have not done a whole lot, in my opinion, to improve over the last few years. But Who knows? Maybe Tyler Shook will surprise everybody this year. Who knows? Alvin Kamara still got wheels, so you don't think so? There you go. But we also got news of Rashee Rice, the Chiefs wide receiver, is expected to be actually not expected. He is now suspended 6 games to start the season. So the first month and a half, he will not be available for the Kansas City Chiefs. He'll miss the games against the Chargers, Eagles, Giants, Ravens, Jaguars, and Lions for the Kansas City Chiefs, including that week 1 opener in Brazil against the Chargers. So, and they just traded Sky Moore to the 49ers because they're lacking in the wide receiver spot a little bit too. So Xavier Worthy time with Kansas City for the most part, and we'll see what some of the other players do there for sure. But the big news this week, obviously, was the trade involving the Dallas Cowboys. They traded Micah Parsons to the Green Bay Packers in a huge trade, which sent shockwaves throughout the NFL, especially amongst Cowboys fans, including our buddy Nate at work, who was none too thrilled. I don't blame him. I get why. But the Cowboys receive a 2026 first-round pick, a 2027 first-round pick, and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. And, of course, the Cowboys get
hold on. Mind you, their first-round picks, sure. They're not high first-round picks.
Well, we don't know.
Some of
depends on what the Packers does.
No, they're low. They're low picks in the first round.
I don't see how though. It's based on where the Packers finished, though, doesn't it? I thought.
Yes. Well, yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right about that. You're right about that. Yeah.
So if they're really good this year, it will be a low pick for sure. Yeah. Well, and then in the following year too. But if the Packers go to the playoffs. Yeah, it sucks for Cowboys there. You kind of hope they suck with them if you're a Cowboys fan, to be honest with you.
And the fact that the Packers and the Cowboys play each other week 4?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know if that game's in Dallas.
I'm watching that game.
Yeah, I'd be stunned if it's not on Sunday Night Football. What is the Sunday Night Football schedule?
I'm watching that game, okay?
I would hope so.
I want to see Micah Parsons sack Dak Prescott and then look up to that booth where Jerry is going to be at. Just shake his head.
Let's see here. Week 4. Come on. It is a Sunday night game. Packers at looks like Packers at Cowboys.
At home? Okay. That's just,
maybe. I could be wrong. Hold on. Let me double check here. Sunday. Doggone it. Anyway. But yeah, either way, I don't know where it is. But either way, it's going to be a fun game. This definitely adds a whole new. Not to mention the Packers have been a bit of a thorn in the Cowboys' side as of late too, from what I understand. So yeah, this could be a very, very.
Yeah, you seen that video I sent you?
Tim the Tap Man. Yeah, he was none too thrilled. No doubt, that guy was livid. Which I get it. I mean, because how many years have the Cowboys and this is why I feel for my buddy Nate and this Cowboys fan. I'm rooting for him to do well because it's like it's. I mean, as a Colts fan, it's only been it's been pushing 20 years since we won the Super Bowl, but we were at least decent for some years after that. The Cowboys have really struggled just for 30 years now. I mean, I really feel bad for them. And some fans probably I don't feel bad for them Cowboys fans. I got a friend who's won, so I can't, I just hate seeing him like that, But then again, he's a Colts fan too, so he's getting it from both sides. You know what I mean? Like, that's terrible. So I hope one of them at least comes through for him. But I'll tell you another thing.
Cowboys, I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you another thing too. The NFC North there with the Lions, Vikings, Packers, and Bears, it just got a hell of a lot more interesting. Hate to be Caleb Williams, hate to be Jared Goff, hate to be JJ McCarthy right now, because
you got a kid who is 4 years younger than TJ Watt, 3 years younger than Myles Garrett, and yet has put up same, if not comparable to numbers that they put up. They are considered your league's best edge rushers.
Yeah. That's rough. So, and as Nate put it too, they're number 1 picks, but it depends on what they do with those number 1 picks. If you whiff on them, you gave him away for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, So
Jerry, they're the future. Those are their future picks. Like,
Jerry Jones also come out and said too that they may trade those picks before the drafts. Like they could still go out and trade them now, and they could absolutely. Whether or not they do that is another question. I don't know. I don't know.
I seen this other story too, and I don't know how true it is. But Shiloh Sanders, I think is his name.
Yeah, got cut too. Yeah,
his brother.
Yeah,
but I
seen Buccaneers.
But Pittsburgh picked him up.
Oh, really? No kidding.
Yeah,
I hadn't seen that. Really.
I think that's right.
Well, let me double check here. This is what Google's for, my friend. I know it's kind of, some people don't want to watch you Google around, but Shiloh Sanders, I believe you probably. 2 hours ago, free agent hit by a preseason game fine. So I don't know if I don't see anything about Pittsburgh. Steelers, if they would whip him into shape, probably for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, maybe that's why they waived him too. Looks like he threw a real life punch during a preseason game against the Buccaneers player.
Yeah.
So
here's the thing.
That may be why he got cut. Right there.
Here's the thing. Mm-hmm. He didn't. They both threw punches, but he was the only one that got flagged, which was crazy.
Yeah, that's not fair if that's the case.
It was against I think a Bills player. Or something
was it the retaliation? Usually the retaliation is the one that gets you.
Yeah.
But it should be both. Yeah, I don't disagree. But as a Bucs team, as a coach or an organization, I get it. I'd be like, all right, you're not doing that. We're not standing for it. So I get why they maybe let him go. No doubt about it. But regards to the overall season coming up, I just thought I'd maybe get your thoughts on, as a Colts fan and as a Steelers fan here with Miranda, this picture notwithstanding, what are your thoughts and hopes and expectations for the year for our team here? And just kind of what you're hoping to see from Pittsburgh or Indianapolis. Crickets is what we're going to hear from the Colts fans once shows. But anyway,
that sound nailed it. You know what I'm saying?
Nailed it. Perfect timing, Cricket. Absolutely.
Maybe about the referees this year.
Uh-huh. Yeah, especially after JD Vance and stuff over this morning. I heard it was talking about don't be pushing that Travis Kelce love out there. You know what I mean? But they're going to. Yeah.
The Steelers' defense, Jesus Christ, has gotten so much better.
Mm-hmm.
Their defense has always been good, but it's just becoming more and more of their identity as a football team. We can slouch on their offense all you want. Aaron Rodgers has moments where Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest quarterbacks in the NFL. And he now has a team defensively that can back that up. His offensive line is not a bunch of slouches either. So am I worried? Yes, 100%. Do I think we stand a chance? Sure. Sort of. I don't think our offensive line is going to stop their defensive line at all.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'm not even particularly saying just this game alone, which happens in week 9, by the way. We travel to
I know when it happens. Trust me, I know.
But I'm talking more of just what are your expectations for the Colts this season? Steelers in her case. I know we've kind of talked the Colts quarterback stuff, in general. But like, if you had to predict how many wins, what do you think we're looking at? Just in, roundabout figure.
I would love to say have it, a high number. I would love to say 8 wins.
We did that last year, and as bad as it was. So
yeah. But I don't think that's going to happen this year.
I honestly think if they could somehow find competent quarterback play, you could potentially move into the playoff territory. Now, you may not go far, but you might win the division potentially. But with Jacksonville getting, they got 2 big receivers now, and then Houston's always kind of lurking, and Tennessee, who knows what they're going to do with Cam Ward, may not be as easy as it looks.
I don't know, man. Yeah. I just feel like it's like every year. It's like our division seems to evolve and get bigger with teams that like weren't doing anything before, and then you know what I mean. And then like Houston is a perfect example of that. But and then we don't take any steps forward. It's like on paper, our team takes a step forward, but then like in reality, that is not the case.
Oh, that's usually the way Jacksonville was. It's like, all right, they look like they've improved, but then they're still Jacksonville. So you never know. I mean, I guess all teams can go through that to some degree.
Prove me wrong. Then that's the only thing I can say. Because like I don't have high hopes, and it sucks. It really fucking sucks. Like it really sucks.
Yeah.
But there's nothing even, and I get it. There's occasionally we have these bright spots, and it's like, oh, there's hope, just to be dashed the next week, and then it's a downhill slope from there. And then we'll have another game where it's like, oh no, then it's over again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
That emotional roller coaster for me in this football team right now is
well, I mean, part of that is welcome to football. I mean, you can't expect them to win, 12 games straight all the time, but
I would
because what's that?
If both teams are fighting and one loses, cool. But when one team looks like ass every week,
when you blow a 44 point
and they can't work together, there's got to be something wrong.
Yeah.
When you blow a 44-point fucking lead.
Minnesota. I don't know if it was 44, but it was like 30. It was high. I know that. Minnesota. Oof. Who've got half of our old offensive line now, by the way. But yeah. But anywho. So Miranda, this game takes place in week 9. Steelers and the Colts in Pittsburgh. Thoughts on that game, and then just what you want to see out of the Steelers this year in general.
I just want to see him play good football.
Yeah.
Like,
what are your expectations? 9, what are your expectations of Aaron Rodgers? Think that's going to work or no?
He's not starting, right?
As far as I know, he is.
Will Howard hurt his hand. Is the only reason you didn't see him in the preseason. From all accounts, like, and this is legitimate from coming from what they've seen from him in practice and OTAs and all that shit. Will Howard is Ben Roethlisberger, but more mobile than Ben Roethlisberger.
That would be a dangerous combination. You get Big Ben who can actually move better.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I seen Big Ben out there on the field with Rodgers on the sidelines, probably watching Howard. And I think those three, as long as Aaron Rodgers can keep his ego and attitude in check, they're all going to learn from each other, and they're all going to help each other. Tomlin's a great coach. So,
and from what Howard said on Pat's show when he was on there today, or yesterday, I'm sorry, he says that Aaron, he says he talks to everybody the same way. Like if he screws up on a play and he's mad, and he said he screwed up on one play, not Will, but Aaron did. And as he came back over to the sideline, Will went up to him and was like, "So what was your thought process there?" And he goes, even though he was pissed off at himself, he still took the time to talk to me and walk me through and tell me what he did wrong and what he meant to do. You know what I mean? Like, so regardless of all of the outside noise that we hear about Aaron Rodgers, he's acted nothing but professional in this setting with Will and the rest of this team.
Well, that's what you want to see, especially out of a quarterback and maybe getting up there in age. And that's nice to see that his competitive spirit has not gone anywhere. Sounds like, and that's why he gets angry and stuff, because he just got that drive, and that is where winners, get that drive to win, for sure. So,
by not having a mentality like that.
Oh, definitely not. So, yeah, I'm interested to see how it goes with Aaron Rodgers. If not, it's nice to know they got a guy that they could turn to in Will Howard if his injury's not too too serious.
I'm going to say this: Anthony Richardson, he was missing that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, that drive to want to do better.
Mm-hmm. And that's been criticism from a lot of the fans and probably the coaches too, as a matter of fact. So I thought it would be interesting. Speaking of talking about what our expectations are for the overall season for our teams, I thought we'd kind of do like some way too early predictions. Who do you think will be headed to Super Bowl 60 in where's this Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California, home of the 49ers there. I did my personal opinion. I think it could go a lot of ways, obviously, but if I had to pick,
Packers or the Commanders, I could see.
Yeah. I'll say it's one or the other. It can't be both. Yeah,
I know, Packers or the Commanders. I could also see. I mean, for obvious fucking reasons, the Chiefs. Like it is what it is.
I'm
really hoping it's Buffalo's. I'm really hoping it's Buffalo's year, and or for the lack of a better, if not because they get so close every fucking year and blow it in the playoffs, Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and that's kind of where my combinations could be here. I think obviously in the NFC, I think it's either potentially the Commanders. We'll see how Jayden Daniels progresses in his sophomore year. Sometimes you get that sophomore slump. Let's hope that don't happen here. But I would also like to see the Lions get over that hump. I really would.
Yeah.
The Lions,
Man,
I think
so close.
And either one of those two could go up against the Ravens, Bills, Chiefs. Those would be my top three. I would personally, if I'm choosing, obviously, if it's not the Colts, if I'm choosing, I would rather watch Lions versus Bills. Two teams who have never won it. I believe the Bills have been to the Super Bowl. So, but both teams have never won a Super Bowl. So that to me would be the ideal. But if it's Lions, Ravens, like you said with Lamar, not gotten over that hump. I'd like to see that as well.
I do not want to see the fucking Ravens at the Super Bowl.
As a Steelers fan, I get that. And Aaron will be trading in his terrible towel real quick to go back to the Ravens, despite the male cheerleaders that we talked about last week. He'll be jumping back on that bandwagon right quick, I promise you. That's what happens when you move from a state without a team.
Yeah.
So he's not here. I'm gonna go for it. But anyway, I mean.
Even the Bengals.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I don't know. The Bengals, their issue is they always start off real fucking slow, but by the time they come online, it's already too late.
Yeah. I mean, and their defense doesn't look like it's improved a whole lot. And then their offensive line, Joe Burrow was running for his life, potentially, but that was preseason. It's hard to tell. But the Bengals are another team. Like they got there that one year, and then they got beat. I can't remember who beat them. But anyway, I know they made the Super Bowl and then they lost, but ever since then they've not quite gotten back to the dance, which is the hard part about the Super Bowl. Once you get there, you're not guaranteed to go back. These things like Tom Brady and the Patriots or the Mahomes and the Chiefs going almost every other year feels like is just not the norm. Most teams, like the Colts have not been in the Super Bowl since 2009 that season. And they haven't won one since 2006 season. So that's. We're almost to 20 years. So, you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't come around all the time. When opportunity knocks, you got to seize it, no doubt about it. But I think Commanders, Lions, Bills, Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals could be in the mix there too. You could even throw the Eagles in there on the NFC side. Green Bay could be interesting depending on how Jordan Love progresses. Tampa Bay was interesting last year too.
Tampa Bay. Atlanta could take a step forward.
Apparently, y'all want to see anybody in the Super Bowl. Like, I think you've named all the fucking teams.
Actually, no, but
there's still a bunch of
out.
See, Atlanta's.
I mean, you haven't said shit about Dallas. You don't think Dallas is going to get to the Super Bowl?
No.
Oh, who? Hopes and dreams?
No.
I feel bad for saying it, but it's like the Colts. I don't see it, but I'll be honest. But Atlanta.
If I'm going to be honest, I want to see fucking Pittsburgh at the Super Bowl. So
fair. I want to see
the best chance out of the three of us.
I'm not saying Pittsburgh doesn't have a shot because they do. Pittsburgh has a huge chance.
Defensively, I agree with you. It's that offense.
Defense wins championships.
I know, but you got at least got to be able to run the ball, and Aaron's the wild card to me. So we'll see how it goes.
But if Will is as good as we think he is, he could have
as a rookie
phenomenal...
though. No rookie quarterback has ever won the Super Bowl.
Well, then we'll set a fucking record, Eric. I don't care if nobody's ever done it before.
I mean, yeah, records are meant to be broken. Sure. I mean, maybe
at the same time, Eric.
Big Ben, though. I think Big Ben did it his second year. So
rookies.
Well, I don't give a fuck about Big Ben. He retired. He's coaching now.
You brought him up a minute
ago. two rookies also took two irrelevant teams. Two rookies took two irrelevant teams and brought them to damn near the Super Bowl in their rookie year. So it's not like it's not possible. If you look again, Aaron Rodgers is the wild card for that Pittsburgh offense. But at the same time, let's not pretend like Aaron Rodgers didn't put up great fucking numbers last year. He just didn't have the team to support him to also do that last year.
He did have decent numbers. That Jets team. I don't know. We'll see how that goes with another Steeler alum, Justin Fields, this year as a starting quarterback. That could be interesting too.
See, we need to bring up a lot of teams. We left out.
Oh yeah, we left out a lot. The Browns, the Giants,
the Browns.
The Patriots could be sneaky this year. That's just maybe.
So I don't know if I sent it to the group chat or not, but Badlands had their fantasy football. This is their first year doing it.
Mm-hmm. I watched a little bit of it. I didn't get all of it. Yeah.
It was,
but BB is a New England fan. And we found out Chris Paul is a Pittsburgh fan. So
oh no. Chris Paul.
And John is a fucking Vikings fan.
Yeah.
Alpha's a 49ers fan, which that one broke me. And I was like, I don't know if I can even.
He's from California.
That's what happened. You can pick a Chargers or
Yeah, it could have been the Chargers or the Rams.
Any of those other California teams. At least one of them got out of Dodge, moved to Las Vegas. Good on them.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, they're jumping ship like everybody else is from California. Can't blame them.
There's is there only one team actually originally from California in California now?
No, there's still three.
No. Yeah, there's still three teams in California.
Well, the Rams, I think
get that. The Rams were not.
I think they were LA a long time ago. Then they moved to St. Louis, and I think they went back. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Chargers have been in San Diego.
And
moved to Las Vegas. They were in Oakland before. So yeah. And I mean, and there may have been some other moves, but I don't think those teams the 49ers have pretty much always been in San Francisco.
That's what I was trying to get at. At least Alpha isn't a bandwagon fan. Like all these teams are newer.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, good on him there. And one last note here I wanted to mention before we move from sports. Kelsey and Swift is engaged.
No. You know what? Can we go crash their wedding if it's in French Lick?
Yeah, I've been hearing that they want to host their wedding or whatever. French Lick Casino and Resort.
Maybe it'll be the week I have to do that store down there.
But no one cares, including Dennis Nedry. By the way, great meme use here. By the way,
that's hilarious. Actually,
absolutely dope. But so here's how most people reacted to the news.
What?
Taylor Swift got engaged.
Okay.
That's it.
Woo!
You hear?
What?
Taylor Swift got engaged.
With who? That okay. What do you want me to do about it?
Taylor Swift got engaged.
Congratulations.
Hear what?
Travis Kelce got engaged.
What? No.
Well, last guy for you, dude.
Fuck.
Oh. Got him.
What?
Did you hear?
Hear what?
T Swift got engaged.
I could give a fuck less.
What's up, bro?
Did you hear Taylor Swift got engaged?
Who?
Taylor Swift.
Engaged?
Yeah.
Okay. To who?
What?
To who?
Travis Kelce.
Oh yeah. Okay.
What? You hear?
Hear what?
Taylor Swift got engaged.
Who gives a fuck?
Angry.
I mean, that is pretty much
That's
the sentiment online. Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Now I want to go down a conspiracy theory rabbit hole for a second.
Mhm.
So, do you remember, or did you see James Comey put out the Taylor Swift video
No.
a couple weeks ago?
Oh
Okay.
no, I'm afraid to ask.
You should look it up because he's talking to Taylor Swifties and their fans and stuff. And he also did the 86-47 on the beach.
Oh yeah.
But then we have a school shooting. Well, we have multiple school shootings
hmm
and shit. I think Taylor Swift was the or his Comey's activation word
Oh no.
for these
Um,
fucking shootings.
hmm Well, let's hope not. That's the case. Now, while I don't also care about, I mean, don't get me wrong. Wish them happiness, whatever. Good for them. Hopefully, they find whatever they are looking for with each other, and it all works out. But what I do care about is how this engagement basically told all the leftist Swifties that it's actually okay to get married in a heterosexual relationship, and you can, in fact, be happy under a Trump presidency, despite what Taylor Swift says. So
Yeah,
that's definitely
I
not something.
briefly saw that there was lesbians mad because they all thought she was really gay, and now apparently she's not.
Well, it's just that,
They're sad.
people on the left a lot of times don't subscribe to the heterosexual relationship or marriage in the normal sense. So this is kind of flying in the face to a lot of their beliefs, which I do find kind of interesting. Not only that, another thing that made the leftists mad was the fact that apparently Travis Kelce was also released his American Eagle collection this week as well, following the engagement announcement. It had a lot of leftist Democrats shouting, how could he possibly do that to Taylor Swift like this? I don't think she probably minded, and I don't think it had anything to do politically with him. It was just, to earn money and get a, collection with American Eagle, which obviously is known now for the, Sydney Sweeney Great Jeans ad. So again, the leftists lost their dang mind that one of their favorites who is engaged now to Taylor Swift is siding with what they deem as the enemy. So again, it's stupid stuff, but here we are. So it's just kind of like, released this week as well.
I didn't realize I didn't realize he was doing American Eagle.
Yeah. And it looked like it'd been in the pipeline for a while. And a lot of these photos maybe a little older, basically compared to what he was looking like when he got engaged here, or vice versa. Maybe they got engaged a while ago and they just announced it. I don't know. But either way, both dropped.
Remember, he was the poster boy for Pfizer. So
that too.
Now he's in an American First company. Like
it almost feels like, pay me, I'll do it.
Yeah. But you remember when I said a while back what happens with all these cults and huge fandoms is eventually they'll start to eat themselves and turn on the people that they were supposed to be behind. That's exactly what's going to happen here.
Yeah, it sure looks like it for sure, no doubt about it. But I mean, it's just funny to watch them all get all mad about these couple things for different reasons. I mean, a lot of people were obviously happy for Taylor, happy for Kelce, and even I saw one person who was on a news broadcast, found out live on her phone, and she couldn't stop saying, "Oh my god," like freaking out. I'm like, you're in your.
Why does that matter to you? You're not invited.
I don't like, I mean, you can be happy for him, fine, but you're freaking out a little much. You know what I mean?
Like you're not going. You're not invited.
No, you're not. You're probably not invited. I mean, we might be. We work for the company who owns the French Lick Resort.
Yeah,
maybe we get to go.
We're all going to get invites in the mail.
Can you imagine? Would you go?
100%.
But not for like reasons. I'm probably
not for reasons like I'm a fan reasons.
Right. You're just like, let's watch the show type situation. Yeah.
You're gonna give me a chance to be the agent of chaos that I am with celebrities. Yeah, 100% I'm taking it.
You're like, darn Skippy, I'm going. Yeah, I don't blame you. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, I didn't really even want to mention it, but I was like, this could be funny segment. So I thought it worked out pretty well. All right, guys, let's move into our final and most fun segment, as we like to call it every single week here. Let's get into the news and politics, shall we? Let's do that. Here we go.
Make America great again. Welcome to the desert of the real.
Hey, we lost one. He must have to go do something real quick. He'll be back.
Where did he go?
I don't know. He dropped. He's still there.
I
He just
killed the
dropped
cricket.
out. PETA, where are you at? No. Anyway.
It was about 2.5 inches long. The son of a bitch was huge.
Damn, he sounded
He's
big.
dead now.
I ain't gonna lie to you. Anyway,
Mhm.
so there
He's
goes our
right
mascot.
behind me.
Our mascot will have to be Matt. Will have to be our mascot again once he comes back one of these days, for sure. No doubt
Yep.
about it. By the way, if you've not noticed, I got a little mascot friend right here on my microphone now. We got one of those little 3D dragons. It's kind of got the same colors as the dragon on the podcast. So if you guys can come up with a dragon name for this little guy, by all means, let me know. We'll name the little fella. So, we'll have to find out. But yeah, I was out in Iowa and just happened to see this one at a bookstore with my sister and had the exact same colors of the pink and the blue. There's a little white and goldish on the back, or brown and goldish. But I thought it would look pretty cool with the podcast. So there you go. But anyway, as Miranda, I think one of you or Brandon mentioned it earlier about the talk about President Trump. He's dead. That's what was going around over the last few. I don't know if you've heard about this. But yeah, Donald Trump has not been seen in the last couple of days. And while I grant you, that's unusual for him. Okay, I get it. Apparently, though, he cleared his schedule through the holiday weekend to go golfing with his granddaughter, Kai, in Virginia, as this photo here was taken Saturday morning, August 30th, 2025. But the leftist Democrats were all screaming, he's dead, over the last few days. And apparently a lot of it was wishful thinking on their part because it was trending all over the place on X.
Yeah, I woke up this morning. I wake up to pee every night now. And I usually scroll for a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 4:30, 5 o'clock this morning. I see this and I'm like, yeah, I'm going back to fucking bed. Like by the time I woke up at 9 o'clock, he's been seen, he's alive. It's like people are so stupid.
And the funny thing about it to me was, now, granted, some of this may have been exacerbated a little bit when JD Vance came out earlier this week and said he's ready to be president if and when Donald Trump's health fails, which is standard for any vice president, by the way.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean
to do
anything.
his job.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything's wrong. Yeah, got that issue with his veins or whatever. Yeah, was making his ankle swell and his little bruising on the hand, which they came out and told us about, but they've not said anything else. But what's interesting to me is what these leftists thinking he was dead had no worries at all when we didn't see Joe Biden for days, even weeks at a time, and he couldn't even complete a full sentence, but they were perfectly fine with it then. But a couple days goes by, we don't see Trump. Everybody just needs to chill the frick out, okay? I mean,
speaking of Joe Biden, it's from an account that usually is right and early, but speculating that Joe Biden might have died.
Well, it is interesting. I was saying earlier, like a couple of days ago or whatever, they were talking about how ever since they announced that he had like terminal cancer, they've not said a word about him. He's not been much. I mean, he might have been a couple places here and there, but he's not really. And granted, he's not president anymore, so he doesn't have to be in the limelight anymore. But it is interesting though. I've not heard a single thing since then, so it does make you kind of wonder. But this is more than just a couple days thing when it comes to Donald Trump. But like I said, I get it to some respects because for Trump to kind of be quiet for as long as he has been over the last couple of days, it is unlike him. Now, to be fair, though, he's been posting stuff on Truth. Now, everybody's saying, well, that may not be him. It could just be his handlers or whatever kind of post for him, like Joe Biden all the time. But when was the last time you saw Donald Trump do that? You know? He
also did a long interview with somebody yesterday at the White House. So it was, I don't know. I mean, it hasn't aired yet.
Right. Well, not only that, they came off of that big 3-hour cabinet meeting they had the other day, too. So maybe just trying to enjoy the holiday weekend with his granddaughter. Is there anything really wrong with that? I don't think so. Don't worry. You'll probably see him, golfing this weekend sometime in Virginia, and he'll have better games at 79 years old than any of us here on the channel. So don't freak out. Now, there has been some videos going around of him and Kai golfing. There's some people talking about how those videos are from previously back in June of them golfing. So those may not be accurate for today or this weekend. But again, unless something is more concerning than just a couple days of, him not being on TV or whatever, it's nothing to really worry about. Plus, he did post this on his True Social account a couple hours ago before the show started. So he's doing so. This is not. I mean, his handlers don't post like Joe Biden did on his social media. Trump posts his own stuff. I mean, this is clearly something Trump would post.
Yeah.
And I know Miranda and I understand the significance of this, but take it for what you will, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe one of these days you will understand as he here. So we'll have to wait and see. But
Q
yes,
plus right there is so significant.
exactly, no doubt about it. So nothing can stop what is coming, ladies and gentlemen. But Donald Trump this week on Monday started out the week signing an executive order that will mandate prosecution resulting in 1 year in jail for people who burn the American flag. Critics say it goes against free speech and freedom of expression. Yet these same critics would throw an unholy hissy fit if someone in a pickup truck left tire marks on an LGBTQ pride mural painted in the streets or just burned one of their flags. In my personal opinion, banning burning of the American flag should have remained against the law in all circumstances a long time ago. But for those who don't know, it actually was against the law until 1989 when the Supreme Court ruled it under freedom of speech as a symbolic speech. But I believe that was a mistake personally. Now, let's be clear. Trump's executive order does not attempt to overturn the Supreme Court ruling labeling it under freedom of speech. Let me say that again. Trump's executive order does not in any way attempt to change your First Amendment rights. Here is what it states. You can be arrested for burning the United States flag when you are inciting imminent lawless action or provoking violence. You are concurrently committing a violent crime, hate crime, property crime, or disorderly conduct. You are aiding or abetting others in burning that violates these laws, or you are a non-citizen violating these laws. You cannot be arrested for burning the American flag for purely expressive conduct that doesn't violate other laws to include permitted spaces for burning. You are shielded by the First Amendment in those cases. So, no, they're not trying to change the ruling by the Supreme Court already. I personally, though, want the burning of the U.S. flag to be treated the same as burning the trans flag. If one is a hate crime, they're both hate crimes, right? That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
If one is free speech, both free speech. I call that equal rights. But what we cannot allow is burning the American flag will be okay, and burning the trans flag is a hate crime. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Both or none, right? As it stands right now, burning the American flag is okay, and burning a trans flag, at least in the case of this Iowa man back in 2019, is a 16 years in jail sentence. You simply cannot have it both ways, but we're trying to. Is that your mic or mine? You hear that?
Yeah, I hear it, but
okay. Hopefully it goes away. Okay, that's interesting. I think it's Brandon's mic.
What's it doing?
Yeah. It's making feedback for some reason. Yeah, it's yours for sure. Okay. So yeah. So thoughts, Miranda, since you're the one with the working mic right now, on this potentially being fair both ways, or
yeah, I think it. I mean, you can't have it both ways. If you're burning an American flag, you are obviously inciting violence against the American people.
That's what I look at it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
I think it's strictly going to be enforceable though if you're doing it like in a protest that gets violent. So it's like it's got to be tied to some other crime. If you're just burning it, you know, on your yard, you can't go to jail for it type situation.
Yeah, if you're burning it, well, it's honorary to burn a retired American flag. In a symbolic
in certain
way.
In certain situations, yes. Absolutely.
So if you're burning it in your backyard because of that, but if you're back there doing rituals and maybe even filming it and live streaming it on the internet for an audience that wants to see death to America, then maybe we have a problem. Like free speech has its limits, and
I personally, just the way I was always growing up was to respect the flag no matter what. And to me, even if it's not to incite violence or to incite a crime, I still think it should be illegal. The only time I think you should be able to burn a flag is if you're disposing of it properly, like you alluded to there. I think that's the only way it should be. Personally, I think it should be a crime every other time. Now, if they're not going to do that because of the Supreme Court ruling that said it was under freedom of speech. But if I had my way, it would. So there's a lot of people who feel like Donald Trump, he's so right wing, or he's like ultra right wing, and like he goes too far and all this stuff. There are certain things that Donald Trump is more left than I am. Technically, I am more extreme than Donald Trump is when it comes to the abortion thing, when it comes to gay marriage. I don't agree with. When it comes to Operation Warp Speed, we're going to talk about a little bit later. When it comes to this, I'm actually would be more on the further side of things than Donald Trump is, and you all want to think he's nuts. So just putting that out there. Donald Trump is actually more middle of the road, especially if you were a Democrat back in the 90s. That's kind of where Donald Trump is, but which we'll talk about a little bit more here in a little bit too. Yeah, so that notwithstanding, Donald Trump also signed another executive order this week to end cashless bail. I would love to see this personally nationwide. I think it was only in the DC area for this particular executive order. But because someone who commits a violent crime should not be allowed to just go right back out onto the street. This executive order withholds federal funds from jurisdictions with cashless bail policies to enforce accountability in other parts of the nation. So hopefully this is at least a start to that, because crime is obviously way out of control. And since he is kind of federally controlling DC right now, he's able to do that for at least the DC area. So your thoughts on cashless bail, but hopefully coming to an end?
Yeah, I hope it comes to an end everywhere. And I think Chicago is about to get their wake up call. And there's going to be a lot more other cities that get it. And
yeah,
they've proven that they can't do their fucking job. So.
And that's the thing everybody wants to talk, which we'll talk a little bit more when we get into another segment here in a little bit about, living rent free in Democrats' heads. Unlike what some of those people think, Trump is not trying to establish martial law or a dictatorial reign. If you believe this stuff, you really need to reconsider who you're listening to get your news. Completely.
They're the same people, though, that want to give illegals all this free housing and welfare, food stamps, and they don't get it. I don't think they ever fucking will.
No, some people, like we talked about, can't be saved.
No.
Yeah, it's just not, irredeemable in some cases.
I spent a couple days commenting on posts, local Facebook, and it's like I can't deal with them anymore.
I understand. I mean, I'll post for myself mostly, and anybody who sees what I post, good for you, and hopefully it'll at least maybe make you think. Otherwise, I don't really care what you think.
Well, the Bloomingtonian, the Bloomington journalist, dude, he is so left wing that he gets the comments going of all these other liberals. They're just spreading stupid shit.
Yeah, well, don't worry. Once Indiana redistricts, they're not gonna have much to say anymore anyway. So, go ahead, Brandon.
I told you before, like I got on Reddit. I have the Bloomington Reddit, and the shit that comes up in there, and like it's like one of those situations is like, did you read what you wrote? Because if you read what you wrote, did you realize how crazy you sound reading it back? But then if you look in the comments and then see all the people who agree with it, and it's like, did y'all read what they wrote? Because I did, and it makes no sense to me. But this is what we're going for here. Like they were talking about the ICE agents and shit, how they were going to go down to help protest and hide these illegals. I said, in your whole thing, you clearly state that they're illegals, but you're willing to hide them. Did you hear what you said?
But see, they view it as, they see it as like saving the Jews during the Holocaust. That's what they view it as, which is absurd.
That's weird.
It's got there's no comparison between the two.
No,
I mean, they're not going to concentration camps. They're not being discriminated because of their skin color or anything, or their religion or anything like that. It's because they're not here, or they're not here legally, or they've committed crimes.
It's just like the homeless. They're protesting, helping the homeless now. They would
Yeah.
rather leave them on the street.
Just so you know, Brandon, your mic's still getting a little bit of feedback. I don't know if you turned your mic up earlier. Maybe it needs to come down a little bit. It just feels like it's uber sensitive,
Okay.
potentially. Check that out. Maybe that's part of the problem. All right. So, but the big story this week was obviously a sad one. The trans Minnesota Catholic school church shooter. Obviously, this made news all over the country. This thing, 19 victims because of this person here. 2 children were killed, 8 and 10 years old. 14 other children were injured, as well as 3 adults were injured at a Catholic school / church in Minnesota. Make no mistake about it. You were not supposed to know the shooter was trans. You were not supposed to see any of these drawings, videos, or manifesto. This is a picture of him literally with a picture of Jesus Christ's head on a target that he used for target practice. It was all supposed to be covered up and disappeared before anyone could even notice. YouTube scrubbed the manifesto and the videos that were online that he posted, by the way, himself. This demon posted themselves. Showing where on a drawing of the Catholic school where he planned and intended to open fire, and a drawing of him even having a conversation with himself in a mirror with what appeared to be a demon. So he knew that he was either possessed or he was talking to something. And if you listened to the manifesto and watched it, he was clearly disturbed. So everything this trans monster wrote on his guns and clips were word for word Democrat and CNN talking points of who and what to hate, including, quote, kill Donald Trump and kill Trump now. There was another one where he was pro-Palestine, where it says 6 million were not enough, talking about the Jews who died in the Holocaust. Obviously, defend equality, the gay rights, and things like that. This is left-wing propaganda ideology that this person clearly had a fascination with. Clearly. And even one of the videos, he said, literally, I'm tired of being trans. I don't want to be trans. He sounded like he regretted his decision. So, again, been pumped full of hormones, a crazy cocktail of violence, and hormones that never should have been there to begin with. But yet all this stuff came out about this killer on this manifesto with these guns and markings and things like that. And yet you've got crazy liberals like Rosie O'Donnell, who, as far as I know, is still not living in the United States. She still thinks that this was perpetuated and that this violence was done by a white guy who was a Republican MAGA supporter and a white supremacist.
So about the Minnesota shooting, and it brought me right back to Columbine in 1999, when I just could not get it through my head that students in America were shooting each other in schools. And this was a church inside a Catholic school. And what do you know, was a white guy, Republican, MAGA person.
Nope.
What do you know?
So again, how do you see what I just showed you and come to the conclusion? She got the white guy part right. I refuse to call him by his preferred pronouns. I'm sorry. He does not deserve that. But she got the white guy part right before he
She didn't. Well, that's why they're going with the whole thing that it wasn't trans anyway, but she didn't.
Well, yeah. She probably thought he wasn't a trans, but yes. But Republican? No. Republicans don't write kill Donald Trump on their guns. MAGA supporter? Definitely not. And a white supremacist. I mean, the only thing I can think of where she got that one was the 6 million, weren't enough type situation, But even so, it's like, no, you're what she's doing here is malicious. It's deceptive and manipulative. What she's doing. She knows, But Jesse Waters over there on Fox had a great monologue the other night discussing this entire thing. I think he would describe it far better than I possibly could. So let's listen to him real quick.
Transgender who hates Trump's Christians and Jews, shoots up kids at a Catholic school, and the media wants to take away your handgun. So how are we supposed to protect ourselves from trans shooters? The media is bad at pattern recognition. We aren't. Just 2 years ago, another trans 20-something walked into a Christian school in Nashville with a rifle and shot 3 kids and 3 adults.
And it disappeared very
the
fast.
Manifesto and locked down the case. We've seen trans shootings in Colorado and in Maryland. They even shot up an ICE facility in Texas. And it seems like half of Antifa's trans. A couple of thems just got popped for firebombing Teslas. The mayor of Minneapolis says, you can't say that.
Anybody who is using this as an opportunity to villainize our trans community or any other community out there has lost their sense of common humanity. We should not be operating out of a place of hate for anyone. We should be operating from a place of love for our kids.
What do you think trying to tell trans kids that they're not, mentally stable is? You think that's hate? We're trying to tell them in love that they're confused. You got it twisted, my friend.
I don't hate anyone who thinks they're trans. I feel sorry for them. But statistically, the trans population has been prone to violence. That's not villainizing, that's reality. And if you can't recognize reality, you're in danger. We love the American people, especially American children. And if they're troubled and believe they're somehow a girl trapped in a boy's body, we want to get them help. We don't want to give them hormones and operate on them. Society shouldn't be trying to produce more trans kids. We shouldn't be encouraging an emotional disorder or whatever this is. And doctors should stop profiting from it. Great Britain ended child sex change surgeries. They said it's barbaric, and they're right. And politicians should stop elevating the trans issue like it's the civil rights struggle of the 21st century.
That's
you
for
see
sure.
it all over Minneapolis.
Minneapolis will continue to be a safe haven for our trans community.
For being a safe haven.
Safe
for
haven, huh?
transgender
How'd that go?
individuals.
We have sued them for gender affirming care. Yes, we are not going to scapegoat our transgender community.
When our children tell us who they are, it is our job as grown-ups to listen and to believe them.
So if my kid comes up to me and were to say, I want to be Batman, do I let him put on a cape and cowl and run around New York City at night trying to kill or stop criminals? No, that's not what parents do.
So when your 9-year-old
I just sent you a video
you let him sleep out in the barn and eat hay? What are we doing here? Just a few years ago, the psychiatric community classified transgenderism as a mental illness. Then doctors went woke and removed it as a condition, and now millions of young Americans are identifying themselves as trans and getting high fives. When someone has an illness, we should treat it instead of affirm it. We don't celebrate schizophrenia. We don't encourage depression.
Sure.
Teenagers are confused. Sometimes these things are just a phase. And if they're not, all right, then a grown man can wear a dress. If he wants to do that in America, he has that right. We're a pretty darn tolerant society. But the left's weaponizing trans kids and turning them into culture warriors. And they've been turned loose against the church, schools, and Trump. You see it, I see it. The trans Klan has a militant wing, and it's out for blood. They're taking lives, defiling churches, and freaking everybody out. And some politicians are doing more to protect shooters like Westman than soft targets like schools. In 2023, private schools in Minnesota begged Governor Walz to fund more school safety. They told him it was an urgent and critical need. Minnesota had an $18 billion budget surplus, but the governor didn't do it. Instead, he turned Minnesota into a trans sanctuary, and his attorney general, Keith Ellison, sued Trump so they can keep castrating little boys.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Walz failed. Our leaders keep failing us. They failed us during COVID, on trade, on immigration. They say they care about kids, but they locked them down and oversaw an obesity and chronic disease epidemic. And now there's a growing trans epidemic, and they won't even admit it. Just like crime. They created a crisis and then lie about it and blame you for not being compassionate. But their fake compassion is getting people
getting people killed is what he said there. So yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, this is a mental illness problem, and those who support it are even more mentally ill, if you ask me. This is a
if you play the video that I sent you, it's from a young woman who's a tomboy who had it shoved down her throat.
Right.
And this is
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up here right quick. So yeah, this is the indoctrination that they have been perpetuating on these people, these innocent. I wouldn't say. I mean, some of them, choose this, but other times it's like they have been told it's a good thing to do, and it's not. So here's a video of one certain instance. There you go.
It's 2016. That same day, one of my teachers was introducing herself, to which she made the statement, and if anybody in this classroom happens to be trans or wants to go by anything different, just let me know. She made dead eye contact with me, and I have never been so confused in my entire life. The following year, we had a gender bender day at school. I was really excited to wear my brother's clothes to school because I just felt more comfortable in boy clothes. That didn't mean I wanted to be a boy. A teacher had made a comment to me saying that she just thought I was trans and that it wasn't actually a gender bender day to me because she just thought I might just be trans anyways. Again, extremely confused. Throughout high school, I was trying to figure myself out and constantly having people down my throat saying, you could be trans, this and that, definitely did not help. It sent me into a deep depression and a spiral into an identity crisis. At 17 years old, in December of 2019, I came out as gay. I thought that would be the end of it. However, more people came forward and said, you're not a gay woman, you're a trans man. Are you sure you're a gay woman and not just a trans man? It was then suggested to me to get binders, and I had no idea how to react. I didn't. Actually, I talked to my stepmom one day and I said, I want to get a binder. I did. I really did. I thought that's what I needed to be comfortable in my body. And she looked at me and she said, no, we are not doing that. No. At the time, I was upset. Why isn't anyone listening to me? I very quickly came to realize why. Because she was protecting me.
Right.
Looking back now, my parents were protecting me. What makes me sad about 2025 is I continue to see young girls around the ages of 12 to 16 being told that because they are masculine that they are trans. And this breaks my heart. Why? Because it's telling these young girls that there is something inherently wrong with you and you have to dramatically change your body to be happy. Instead of telling them, you're perfect just the way you are and it's okay that you're masculine. I grew up with my stepmom constantly telling me, you're just a tomboy. It's okay. You're a tomboy. I'm a tomboy too. I like to wear my flannels and my sweatpants. It's okay. That doesn't mean anything. Looking back now, heck yeah, I was a tomboy and I still am. Now, can we please stop telling other 13-year-old tomboys that they're boys? I don't think you understand the damage it's doing to them. You're just a tomboy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing that bugs me about it. We have to listen to what our kids tell us, and then parents are just trying to protect you, telling you the truth. Come on.
So there are parents that put onto their kids, but most times those kids come home from school.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're going by a different name at school, and now they want binders, and because the teachers are pushing it on them.
Yeah. It's like,
and being gay, I'm just going to say, some tomboys, could you see them with a guy? Like, honestly.
Right.
If they find comfort in a woman, cool. You don't have to make it weird. I don't have to see you at a pride fest because you're gay. Like, if you're happy, live your life with your partner, not your orgy infested fucking transgendered bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, it's gotten out of hand. And this is why everybody's so damn confused, because they've been told since they were young, well, you may be this, you may be that. When if you were an actual smart adult, you would set them down and say, this could only be a phase you're going through. And if you wait like this, it's like it may eventually turn out, oh, yeah, I wasn't that after all. But by the time some of them figure it out, that's too late now.
Not only that, we've got to look at our diets. Kids these days, God only knows how bad it's all. I'm going through fucking menopause right now, and I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. So if the diets of our children suck, they can't deal with the hormones. They can't deal with their bodies changing.
Yeah, it's just too much. And unfortunately, with all these, teachers and adults who are, been brainwashed by the media or the Democrats or leftists or whatever it might be, this liberal ideology, they push it on their kids. And this is how we get a bunch of confused individuals. And that's just the way it goes, including the media, who apparently, as they pretend that they couldn't possibly figure out the motive of this Minnesota trans shooter. Get ready for nothing but gun control talk from the left and the press. Guns, every time we go through this, guns are not the threat. This happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a Democrat-run city with some of the strictest gun laws in the United States, and the Catholic school church was a gun-free zone. I ask you, Democrats, one more time. Those of you who are screaming about safety for our kids and stuff, did it work? I mean, you guys act so frustrated.
Could you imagine? So, John from Badlands, his kids go to a Christian school or Catholic school, and Friday he goes to mass with them and he carries.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if one of those people that day was allowed to carry their gun?
Yeah. Probably wouldn't have killed or at least injured more. I mean, he killed two. But yeah, maybe those two would still be with us now.
Nobody could have protected themselves.
Look at that. Look at that.
Your
Look at that
gun
shooter went into
laws,
the.
your gun laws are working just fucking great.
Yeah, they're going great. The goal is taking away guns doesn't fix the problem. I'm going to get into why. I'm sick of people pretending the answer is fewer guns. The real issue is a culture that affirms mental derangement at every single turn. But Democrats continue to blame the guns. Here's Minnesota Democrat Senator Amy Klobuchar blaming Republicans on MSNBC and inaccurately describing the gun as an automatic rifle.
It, of course, makes me think about guns and all the work we've done to ban these automatic rifles and to do something when it comes to the background checks and everything. And we keep getting thwarted. We were able to pass.
He obtained the gun legally, by the way. Background check and all. And by the way, correction, it was not an automatic rifle. Again, I don't know how many times we have to explain this to people. The people who are always against gun laws or more restrictive gun laws are the ones who understand guns the least. And I'm not the biggest gun aficionado out there, but even I understand. The AR-15 rifle is a semi-automatic, okay? AR stands for Armalite Rifle, not assault or automatic rifle. It's semi-automatic, meaning you pull the trigger one time, it equals one bullet comes out the gun. Same as any handgun. By the way, if you got a pistol, one pull, one bullet. The shooter, by the way, also had a shotgun and a pistol on him. So it wasn't just the AR-15, neither of which are automatics. But again, either the Democrats don't actually know the difference or they're lying to you to scare you further. Either way, they're wrong. But of course, MSNBC doesn't care about accuracy in their reporting and didn't correct her here. This is why they failed so badly that they're in the process of rebranding to MS Now because NBC wants nothing to do with them, quite frankly. Here's another video of Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey making all sorts of no sense here.
Reality is that we have more guns in America than we have people. The reality is that we have these assault rifles that can reel off 30 clips in conjunction with a magazine before the person.
30 clips in conjunction of a magazine. Does that make any sense to you, Brandon? As a guy who owns guns? That's
nobody says clips out of gangsters and movies.
Yeah. A clip is often referred to for the magazine. But you can't unload 30 clips.
You can't
unload a magazine.
Yeah, that's not how that works.
This guy has no clue what he's talking about. Period. None. What he's probably trying to say is 30 bullets in one mag. Is probably what he's trying to say. But he also called it an assault rifle, which means you hold the trigger and multiple bullets come out. This AR-15s don't do that, and they're not legal, mind you. Again, he obtained this gun legally. So again, I ask you, where is more gun laws going to fix this problem? But the media covering for this demon in their reporting, they also said they made sure to respect the demon's pronouns, by the way, which I won't do. I'll call him a he because that's what he was before the transition. Not saying he was trans. The media repeatedly made sure they did not mention the word trans in their reporting. They were trying to make sure you didn't know that, by the way, despite he said it in his own manifesto video. ABC News, by the way, also said that Trump's name was on the gun, but they didn't say in what context. Listen to this.
We've also been going through it and can tell you there are crude diagrams of the church. There are also photos of the weapons, and they include all sorts of writings.
Brandon, your mic.
Names of past mass shooters, criticism of Israel, the name of President Trump written on the guns. There are also racial slurs, nihilistic statements, all painting the picture of a disturbed individual who carried out this mass shooting.
We don't dislike many of these outlets enough. See, he didn't lie. Donald Trump's name was mentioned on the weapons, but they just don't tell you what was actually said. This is what was said. You can read it.
Yep.
This is also what was said on the optic. But let's go back. How is ABC reporting this?
The name of President Trump written on the guns. There are also
unbelievable. Now, why wouldn't they want to report what was actually written on the guns? Because if they actually tell you what was said, then we might have to ask, well, how did this person get to the point where they thought they needed to do that to the president? Who's saying what and what media is covering it, and how are they covering things to get people to believe these things and think them? Then Democrats and the media on the left might have to look in the mirror and say, hey, the rhetoric that we've been pushing and spouting is dangerous. We've been saying things that are out of control, and we've been manipulating people emotionally to the point where they feel like they need to take action against someone's life. They don't want to have that conversation.
Nope.
They want to continue to push lies. They want to continue to manipulate people in the direction they want people to go, and they don't want to have the consequences for it. Like, it's so blatant, like they can't even report what was said. For example, they mentioned criticisms of Israel. You know what else this person wrote?
Yep. 6 million wasn't enough. That's what I was alluding to.
Wasn't enough. We do not hate most of the mainstream media enough. We need to keep calling them out and keep destroying their credibility until they start to report things honestly. If you're tired of the mainstream media.
So yeah, again, they said his name was on the gun, but again, they didn't show the kill Donald Trump part. How dishonest is that? I mean, unbelievable, guys. The other things they don't like to tell you are stats on trans shooters in regards to mass shootings by demographic. So yeah, trans male and female, biological males or females, and non-binary people are at the top when it comes to mass shootings from 2015 to 2025. Asian men, black men come in third and fourth, technically. White men are way down here, by the way, which is the one that the media loves to talk to you about the most. They're just above Asian women and Hispanic men. So yes, they don't like to tell you that trans people are at the top of this list. That's something they actively tried to avoid. Just that little bit of fact, that detail there makes all the difference in the world. And as Jesse Waters mentioned, there is a pattern going on, ladies and gentlemen. See if I can blow this up a little more here. But there, my bad. This graphic right here. I mean, not all of these were confirmed as trans, but the majority of them were, or as non-binary or whatnot. There was clearly some hormonal imbalance going on here. So are we ready to have the conversation yet? Legitimately, the hard conversation about whether or not transgenderism is in fact a mental illness, which we've on the right have been saying since the beginning. If you're in a body, male or female, and you think you're the opposite sex, you've clearly got a brain malfunction somewhere. Your mind is not in the right state, right? And on top of all of this, now in California, well, before we get to that, This one here, my bad. She decides to explain this a little further.
This morning, who went into a Catholic church and did the absolute unthinkable to innocent, defenseless children, has been identified as Robin Westman, a transsexual in his 20s who was known for espouting complete and utter leftist nonsense. If you think that the left is not partially to blame for this attack, you are lying to yourself. This is the narrative, this is the propaganda that they have been pushing down your children's throat since they were old enough to stare at a screen and have some semblance of an understanding of what it was saying, and now this is the outcome of it. For too long, we have seen attacks from transsexual individuals being completely swept under the rug by the media because it didn't fit the narrative. We've seen the same thing with the Free Palestine movement, which of course this individual also wanted to link himself to. It's absolutely disgusting. Even on the front cover of his notebook, you will see right away a vision of violence associated with the trans flag, because this is what they are told they need to do, and that it's okay, and that you should go out and you should do harm to Trump supporters, and you should do harm to anybody who questions your identity. And this is a totally valid reaction to have. This is the type of rhetoric we have been hearing for how long from people like Maxine Waters, who publicly stated to go out and harass those who support Donald Trump. How long we've seen this shit from people like Ilhan Omar, who now wants to give her condolences. She could shove her condolences where the sun don't shine, because she is in part responsible for this absolute utter nonsense. Right all over his weapons, right? He had scrawled stupid shit like to end the life of Donald J. Trump. Isn't that a similar rhetoric to what we've been hearing from the left ever since the 2 assassination attempts, where the left is saying, damn, I wish they wouldn't have missed? All over his weapon, you see absolute, complete anti-Semitic nonsense, such as 6 million wasn't enough. This is something similar that we've seen back in California in 2024, where a man also opened fire on a Christian day school because of the Free Palestine movement. Because if you think that it stops with Jewish hate, you are deceiving yourself. It does not stop with Jewish hate. All over his weapon, it has that he's praying for the destruction of Israel, and mashallah, because this is what they are indoctrinated to believe. Have you woken up yet? Are you understanding that this has everything to do with you? For so long, whenever I've talked about the pro-Israel movement, I hear from Americans, oh, you know, I care about it. I don't want to see innocent people die, but that's them. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you, my friend. You are an infidel to these people, and they will use and they will abuse the mentally ill leftists in order to push their agenda onto you. And I hope you wake up before it's one of your children.
I think she nailed that pretty well. But anyway, Miranda looks fit to be tied over there. Like she just,
I'm over it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. And another bit of interesting facts that they don't want to tell you is, as Miranda alluded to earlier, armed citizens stopped 48% of criminal shootings, and the FBI lied about it.
Freaking huge. Armed citizens stopped 48% of all criminal shooters last year. And the FBI was just caught massively lying about those numbers in their public reports. They recorded, get this, none of them. 0%. Now you and I and everyone.
I want to point out that this, obviously, the most recent report was during Biden's administration. Obviously, everything, you know, up in here, Trump could be with, but yeah, the FBI. But the FBI has been run by some shady folks, you know.
Those local heroes on social media, but rarely do we ever see these stories in mainstream media. Well, the script is about to flip because a new study by the Crime Prevention Research Center reveals that armed civilians stopped over 1/3 of active criminal shooters between 2014 and 2024, nearly 10 times higher than FBI's reported 3.7% average. And again, with even more Americans getting armed post 2020, just last year alone in 2024, civilians stopped half of all criminal shooters. Yet, as I just stated, the FBI recorded 0 of them. You might be asking, how is this possible? Well, while digging for the study, researchers found that police were often falsely credited instead of the armed civilian, which is a reporting pattern that clearly increased over the last 10 years. Now, this begs the question, why would they work so hard to hide the significant benefits of an armed public?
Good question. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? But yeah, as I started to say a second ago, and now on top of all of that, in California, normal girls now have to sign a form declaring they are the ones with a mental illness if they refuse to share a bathroom or a locker room with a biological boy. What the hell, man? That's California for you. That's Gavin Newsom's America, ladies and gentlemen. You want him as your president? I sure as hell don't. But I'll tell you right now, if I'm Donald Trump, transgenderism must be reclassified. It has been before. It needs to be reclassified as a mental illness and should be an automatic disqualification, I should say, for purchasing firearms. And any doctor who gives out hormones and takes part in transgender therapy or surgeries, their license should be immediately revoked at the very least. I'm done with this crap, man. I'm done. And after listening to what Democrat leaders, elected officials, biased journalists in the media, and DNC paid social media influencers are saying about prayer and faith following this tragedy, I sincerely don't understand how any Christian, Bible-believing, God-fearing, Jesus-loving Christian can continue to vote for Democrats. They're literally telling you to your face that your faith is irrelevant. You're going to sit back and take that? Here's Brian Krasenstein, this moron. Praying is the problem here, not the solution. People who use prayer instead of action. If prayer worked, a house of prayer wouldn't have just experienced this tragedy. At a time when people need prayer the most, they want to vilify it. You want to stop murder? You're looking at the wrong weapon. You should be looking at this one. This is the weapon you should be looking at. The Bible. B-I-B-L-E. It's the basic instructions before leaving Earth. You live by this, murder stops. That's the only way. But not enough people utilize that weapon against evil anymore. You know how I know for a fact that removing guns will have zero impact on murder? The sixth commandment, thou shalt not kill, was written long before gunpowder was even invented. And it was still a problem. Cain didn't need a gun to kill Abel. It's a sin and heart problem. It always has been, always will be. End of story, end of debate. I will not stop praying because you don't think it works. My God is bigger than your liberal opinion. Take your gun control, your faux outrage, and shove it. And by the way, you know how I know it's faux outrage? You don't give a damn about these kids. You know how I know? Because not a single Democrat came out for gun control when Donald Trump got shot. How some so-called Christians, and I stress so-called Christians, can support these evil Democrats when they attempt to call out your faith to your face is beyond me. You have any other thoughts on this whole problem here with the trans shooters? I know
they haven't cared about kids for a long time.
No, they care about power.
Mm-hmm.
Power. That's why they want to take your guns. They want power. And luckily, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., following this shooting, has officially said that he's going to be looking into the hormones that some trans people are taking to see if that has any effect. Because clearly, something's not right in the head. I mean, and
then have you seen the latest? Do you have anything about what they're trying to? Schumer said yesterday that RFK should be fired.
Well, that's because they're mad about the CDC.
Well,
I don't have anything about the coup against RFK, but I know the CDC stuff we're going to talk about a little bit. You want to wait till then?
There was a leak on that, and it just came out like probably a couple hours before we went live. So
that's probably why I didn't see it, but yeah. But on top of this, RFK is also going to be looking into, if any of our drugs or vaccines or whatever could be the cause of autism as well, which sounds like it's definitely could be a thing. So yeah, I fully support RFK's efforts in this because this has got to stop. And I'm sorry, but removing guns is not going to be the answer. It's still going to happen. I mean, like I said, that was a Democrat-run city where literally, the strictest gun laws you can think of, and they found a way to still do it. So yeah. Any other thoughts on that before I move on?
Nope, I sent it to you though.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
No, I agree with you. It's sad, regardless.
Yeah.
It's sad. As a parent, that's terrifying.
Yeah. Absolutely terrifying. I mean,
that's why I don't let my kids go anywhere. Like,
yeah. This is why people homeschool more than they used to. I mean, do you blame them? I mean, yeah. Okay. Well, I'll pull this up when we get to the CDC part, Miranda, because I think it'll fit pretty well there.
Yeah.
But yes. But yeah, I mean, it's got to stop. And I think that's one thing most Democrat voters, anyway, the sane ones, can agree with us on. It's got to stop. It's how it stops we disagree on. I know people who say we just need to get rid of the guns. I hate to tell you, that's not going to work very well. It's going to get worse.
No.
Because there will be no resistance at that point for the criminals or even our government.
Yeah. Bad people will still get guns, even if you take guns away from the good people. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so unless your plan is to shut down every gun manufacturer in the fucking world all at the same damn time, then remove every gun possible, which you cannot do. It's never gonna.
No. And they'll
3D
never
printers. They're never gonna get rid of guns.
Well, and not only that, let's just say hypothetically too, by the way, the government, like in the United States, passes like a gun ban law, or we need to confiscate all your guns. Do you honestly think that they're going to be able to pull that off without some sort of retaliation from gun owners? You are literally going to have to pry them from our cold dead fingers. And it's not because we have some sort of sense of it's literally the fact because we know the consequences if you take them away. And that means you will have no resistance and rule over us. You want to talk about Trump being a dictator? No, you take away guns from every living American. That's when dictatorship will set in.
How would they go about doing that? Like, they would have to search everybody's house because ain't nobody going to tell them how many guns they actually fucking have.
Well, I mean, if you buy them like legally, I think they're on a record, but at the same time, there's some people who buy them.
Yeah, but I can sell it to you and I can sell it to you and not transfer anything. So
yeah. And I got enough property where you wouldn't find them any fucking way.
They would literally have to go door to door, search every inch, every nook and cranny, And again, you're not going to get through the front door because some old dude with a shotgun's going to be sitting there going, "Try it, FBI agent, try it. Whoever wants to come to my door," because you're not getting it without a firefight. Yeah. That's what the Second Amendment's for. That's why it's there. But Democrats want to say, "Oh, it's just as easy as taking the guns." No, it's not. And it's not going to fix this. It's not going to fix this problem, which is where it's really at. But you all keep living in your little dream.
When they find out that the pharmaceutical companies are responsible for half of it, then what? Are you going to be crying to keep the pharmaceutical companies in business? Probably. That's what happens when they're brainwashed.
It's kind of what they're doing this week with the CDC. Yeah. Well, you get rid of the people who are the knowledgeable and stuff, but yet they're the ones who killed or maimed us all, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. So yeah. Next on the list here is Cracker Barrel has apparently caved this week. They announced they will in fact be going back to their original logo with Uncle Herschel and the barrel amid huge backlash to their new redesigned logo. The rebranded logo lasted all of 1 week. I guess time will tell if they are abandoning their woke rebrand altogether or just sticking with the old logo. This announcement came mere hours after Donald Trump truthed out that Cracker Barrel should admit their mistake and start winning again. But Trump, despite everything else he's dealing with, actually still took the time to try and make Cracker Barrel great again. And I believe he's starting to succeed. Anyway, sorry, I had to add that in there. I thought it was a little fun there. Had to do something to kind of lighten the mood after that sad, depressing story.
This AI shit is getting out of pocket.
It's getting out of.
Well, it sounds like there's more to the Cracker Barrel thing. It's alongside their stocks and shit. Did you see that?
No, well, we talked about last week how they were with George or BlackRock and Vanguard were behind them. Yeah. Two of their biggest investors.
Yeah,
so,
well, Chanel Rion from, I think she's on her own now. She's got a little bit of an investigation going on.
Good.
It sounds worse than Martha Stewart's. you know.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
I wouldn't be
shit.
surprised in that
So,
regard for sure. But apparently, Cracker Barrel,
yeah.
another Cracker Barrel news here.
Saw
This
the
came on the
trailer,
heels. What's that?
You
This is
said,
their
you
pet.
said worse than Martha Stewart, isn't
It would have been like
Oh,
they were
Insider
short
trading?
sailing the stock,
mm,
kind of, because if they knew
Oh.
that their stock was going to tank,
mhm.
and then this new bitch can buy it, like you'd have to listen to the way she explains it, but
I
it's on
gotcha.
my X. I shared it.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
Mhm.
surprised. Again, they're probably trying to kill it for reasons. But this came on the heels of Fox News reporting that the Cracker Barrel's infamous peg game instructions that are printed on the game sitting at Cracker Barrel tables was being changed. The old instructions, like if any of you who've ever been to Cracker Barrel know, the old instructions on the game, printed on the game itself, said, leave only one peg, you're a genius. Leave two, and you're pretty smart. Leave three, and you're just plain dumb. Leave four or more, you're just plain ignoramus. That was the way it used to be worded, right? Well, now in the new woke version, the peg game says if you leave three or more, quote, don't be embarrassed, just try again. Interestingly, the word embarrassed, as you can see here at the bottom of your screen here, was misspelled on the board that was photographed with only one R in embarrassed. There's supposed to be two. So not only did they screw it up, they also screwed up the spelling. So yeah, whether, again, even though they're going back to the old logo, if they don't start fixing this crap, it's not going to do a damn bit of good. Because this is still woke garbage, just to not to make sure we don't want to offend somebody for calling them dumb or an ignoramus. Just try again. Grow a freaking spine. I mean, take a joke for one. I mean, it's
I
just
genuinely don't think I've ever been like I don't think I've ever been to a Cracker. Like if I was, it's been fucking forever and I don't remember. I don't think I have. Because
I don't remember where the one we had was.
I don't either, actually.
You know
So,
what?
like,
It was in
is this-
Pennsylvania. That's why.
Probably.
It was the line
So is this
today,
is
I'm pretty
there?
sure.
The pegboard game? Like, is it at
Yeah.
every table or something?
Yeah, the whole idea is they've got there.
Mhm.
It's full of pegs with like a couple holes, and the idea is to jump pegs and eliminate those pegs. But you want to keep jumping until you're left with like one or two or three. The more if you've got less pegs remaining, the smarter you are. Supposedly, that's the game.
It's
but
the game that we play on our phones, Brandon, like the only wooden pegs.
Yeah, this is not a great photo, but this is the
Oh.
old one. But yeah, can't
Okay.
pull this.
Okay.
I can't
That's
make
the
this.
concept.
Yeah, I can't make that much bigger. But that's the old board. It's got the old writing on it. But yeah, I mean, it's just another way of not offending someone's sensitive fifis for sure. But the thing that's going to offend me more if I go to Cracker Barrel is their food quality. Again, something if they don't fix, it's going to become a problem. Peg games notwithstanding, changing the logo will not matter if their food continues to be on the decline. This is a video of their hash brown casserole. Of their hash brown casserole that they apparently supposedly microwave now. Hence the plastic film accidentally being left in the food when it was served to a customer. So again, this doesn't make me want to run out and go grab the hash brown casserole anytime soon, which I love, by the way. I like their hash brown casserole. But no, this is not good. I mean, this got to a customer. So that bad enough the film was still in there, but if they're just microwaving stuff, it's not got that home country feel from scratch type vibe to it. It's like you're just microwaving frozen food.
Well, when you hire a bunch of DEI fucking
Yeah.
wannabe transgenders, they don't know how to cook.
No. And here's another example of a supposedly frozen biscuit that they used to make from scratch too or whatnot. They don't make them fresh anymore. And apparently they're rock hard. I don't know if I can pull up the sound for this, but does that sound cooked to you at all? I mean, so yeah, employees of the company have also said in the comments section of some of these videos that Cracker Barrel stopped making these biscuits fresh for sure. So yeah, it used to mean old fashioned, cast iron country cooking, but it's delved into whatever this has become. So yeah, does this make you want to rush out and go eat at a Cracker Barrel anytime soon?
Absolutely not.
So yeah, I mean, you can keep the old logo all you want, but until you fix some of that other stuff. Now, there were reports that apparently this week Cracker Barrel will end the funding for their Pride events and remove woke propaganda from its site after massive boycotting. So there is some changes being done behind the scenes there. But at this point, the damage may be done. especially if they continue with the agenda of changing up their stores and restaurants despite returning the old logo. The logo is one thing, but many customers are not going to return until you show that the woke ideology is gone and potentially you fired that DEI CEO. Because, I mean, for one thing, she's cost you billions of dollars at this point. You want to keep losing money? Keep at it. But yeah. Next thing up here. You got any more thoughts on that before I move on?
Yeah, I do. One thing.
Somebody
This goes along with what I was telling you about the other day, Randa, about what I want to do. And what, like, I don't get that. Like, I get it. It's
cheaper.
I don't know, man. Maybe food isn't what it used to be in the sense of like restaurants having like real chefs in the back cooking. Like we watch all these fucking videos where there's real people in the kitchen. Nothing's microwave. They're making every fucking thing. Like,
yeah.
That's why I don't like going to these big chain restaurants, though, babe.
And is that the issue though? They become these big chains, so then they just start manufacturing shit.
Yeah, they sell out. They sell out the family recipes, and they go to this processed crap
more
that they pass
more
off
for the
to
profit.
McDonald's and Burger King and Wendy's.
Yeah,
like they used to be good. They used to be a treat when we were growing up.
But again,
now
back
it
in
makes
the day,
me want to
like,
throw up to feed it to my kids because it's
but back then
pink
too,
slime chicken nuggets.
If Cracker Barrel was made on that, so that meant all the restaurants that they had before still had the same practice of cooking food, right? So that all just went to the wayside, like in the sense
Well,
of
it sounds like the thing with Cracker Barrel, it's kind of been going on for a while now. Yeah, it's a slow.
When it's
and now
corporately owned, though, yeah, they can make changes and be like, yeah, we're not doing it that way no more.
Yeah, it's all about that profit and less paying for the actual, food or whatnot, and more in the profit. We can still charge the same thing. They will never know the difference.
Yeah.
It's sick. But I hate to tell you, we know the difference. We've tasted real food before. Most of us,
you can
anyway.
taste the difference in something from that's made. I don't give a shit what anybody says. Like, you can taste the difference from a meatloaf that is baked and homemade, like made from somebody's fucking hand, as to where it's shot out of a fucking machine and heated up in a microwave. Like, there's a
that stuff that they serve at work.
I wasn't going to say it, but yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's not knocking the girls that serve it.
No, they have to serve what they have to. Yeah, they have to serve.
They just warmed it up, but that ain't meatloaf.
Hell, they'd probably tell you too. Be like, you're right. So, but
I mean, it had a decent flavors most of the time, but it was not meatloaf.
Yeah, I have to add ketchup to it just to make it, where I can put it down. Then it sits like a brick right here, so I just try not to do that anymore. But yeah, so you gotta learn what you're putting in your body for sure. But yeah, from moving on from that, the California Republican Assembly leader has just proposed splitting California into 2 states to protect rural voters who will be silenced by Gavin Newsom's gerrymandering plan, which would essentially eliminate all Republican representation in the state. This way, coastal elite liberals get their own state, shown here in blue, and the people who live more inland, shown here in yellow, mostly made up of Republicans, would also get their own state. Now, I highly doubt this will happen, but discussions of seceding from the state of California has been talked about by the Republicans here. Would you be for this? I mean, this is crazy. But Republicans in California have had it.
I would not be, because this might as well be fucking New Mexico. Like New Mexico. He's going to fill it with illegals and...
Yeah, maybe that's what he'll call the blue portion. New and old California, old school California is in the yellow with all the people with common sense over there. I mean, that's the thing. I'm telling you, a preferably peaceful national divorce may actually be the only way to end and settle our differences here, so to speak. Here is one proposal I found online for what a nationally divorced map could look like. And to be honest, it's pretty much where the majority of each party already lives. Don't get me wrong. There are Democrats in red states and Republicans in blue cities. because there's really, I mean, blue states are not really a thing. It's just cities. But for the most part, the blue parts show here are where the majority are Democrats, and the red is where the majority are Republicans. It's crazy to think that the lunacy we deal with largely comes from these very small areas of liberal echo chambers. The majority of the rest of the country simply does not see life the same way these 7 clusters of blue idiocy do. And some of these blue areas may flip red soon, like New Jersey. Elections were very close there in 2024. But yeah, just think about that. The upper west with, like Seattle and Portland. Then you got LA and you got San Francisco and California. Then you got, Denver and portions of New Mexico. Then you got Minneapolis, St. Paul. You got Chicago and Illinois. Then you got, the coastal areas over here with New York City, Pennsylvania cities and stuff like that. And then you got Hawaii. But other than that, the rest of the country is red for the most part. Yes, there's little blue dots in Indiana, like here in Bloomington or, South Bend. Or there's, I'm sure like Atlanta and Georgia's blue. But the majority of the state are all red. So everybody's just in that little pocket that is a city. So
I think
yes,
though,
yeah.
If Trump cleans up those cities,
makes you
before
wonder,
the next
doesn't it?
election,
Mhm.
I bet we don't even have to worry about this, because
not.
even Chicago, with the right people voting, not all the illegals, not all the. If you take a welfare recipient and make them work and earn their money and get them on their feet,
Mhm.
not keep them bogged down, not keep them on Section 8, but have them work for themselves.
Mhm.
Just like Trump's proposing and saying, this whole country is going to be different in 2 years.
Yeah. Well, this map, I think, also perfectly illustrates why there's so much gerrymandering going on in like Illinois, California, your Colorados, because they know if they don't, they wouldn't have much of a say. The Democrat Party is dwindling, ladies and gentlemen. Now, again, I'm not saying that, obviously land doesn't vote. I understand that for all you liberals who may be watching this, right? But because there's more people in these blue areas than there are in the red area. All I'm saying is the majority of people who live in these areas, this is what it is. California, only in this little section of California is it mostly blue people. The rest of the state is mostly red people, mostly Republicans, and all these other locations. It's not based on, I understand what you tried to argue, but you know what I'm saying here. So like in Illinois, it's most of their blue say is here, which is why it's gerrymandered all the way down the middle of the state coming out of that area. It's just like, this is the problem for Democrats. I mean, look at this. Well, I don't have it pulled up. Doggone it. It's another story. But there's a story coming up here in a little bit where literally Democrats are hemorrhaging voters and Republicans are gaining them. Democrats are dying and they know it. They really, really do. But moving on from that a little bit, though, President Trump has fired Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook after she was referred to the DOJ for mortgage fraud by Bill Pulte, director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency. She refused to step down, so Trump ordered the United States Marshals to remove her defiant ass, and so she's attempting to sue Donald Trump over it now. Good luck with that. Lisa Cook was appointed by Joe Biden in 2022. So how many government officials are committing mortgage fraud now? Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and of course the media, they keep attacking Donald Trump, accusing him of weaponizing the government. Here's Trump's response for that.
Mortgage records of officials you don't like.
No, they're public. I mean, you can find out those records. You can go check out the records yourself. And you should be doing that job, actually. You wouldn't do that because that's not the kind of reporter you are. But you should be doing that job. I shouldn't have to be doing it. If you did your job properly, we wouldn't have problems like Lisa Cook. Go ahead. You were going to say something? Go. Blue?
So, yeah, so they're basically accusing him of going after these people when if they're breaking the law, they, should face justice. That's kind of the way it's supposed to work. Not the other way around where you make up a crime and then you try to, make them face justice, which is what happened to Trump. So, yeah, thoughts on Lisa Cook at the Fed being fired. I wish that he could do the same to Jerome Powell. That'd be kind of nice. So, yeah.
The law.
Yeah,
It is what it is. Should be going to jail. Take your fire.
And I doubt she was doing her job very well either. That was probably another deciding factor, which is the way a lot of this stuff goes, especially in Jerome Powell's case. If he were to be fired, which won't happen probably, hopefully he'll resign or something one of these days. He better reduce that the federal interest rate or whatever. Otherwise, there's going to be people going nuts come like September, October when they were talking like maybe they're going to actually finally reduce it. But we'll have to wait and see. Speaking of going after some folks, RICO charges could be in the future for Democrat mega donor George Soros, as President Trump calls for an investigation into the globalist who has been widely known to fund violent protest and Democrat-run anarchy. Good, in my opinion. These unelected bureaucrats should have zero say or influence in the parties of the United States or anywhere, to be fair. These elites want us dead, and if not, under their globalist rule, hence partially why they want you to get rid of guns. Eating the bugs, living in 15-minute cities, and only believing what they want us to believe. That is their globalist agenda and their plan if they ever get their way. And Trump is the little thorn in the side of the globalist plan. So thoughts on him maybe going after George Soros, as he probably should. I'm sure I guarantee you he's committed crimes. I guarantee it.
You don't need to say guarantee because it's been proven. He's been linked to, his name has been brought up in a lot of things. Even the Democrats talk about him, but not in the way that they should. So his name's been brought up. Yeah, he's got his grubby little paws in a lot of shit that he shouldn't have his grubby little paws in. So you know what? It's about fucking time.
Yeah, I agree with that. Not only that, Trump's Truth Social post also mentioned his wonderful radical left son, who is just as bad, if not worse, than George himself. So yeah, I think at least look into him. I mean, because if you do that, at least if there's something going on there that shouldn't be going on, it's time to find out. And we know. I mean, you can say, "Oh, there's no evidence." Oh, if you look deep enough, you'll find it. I promise you, no doubt about it. So we'll see how that ends up going. Also, apparently, Donald Trump's tariffs have been ruled illegal by a federal activist judge in a federal appeals court. The ruling is currently stayed while it's being sorted out. Trump himself also responded directly to this and stating, in fact, that his tariffs are in effect despite this ruling saying so by this activist federal judge. Here's the thing. Regardless of what the eventual ruling is going to be here when it comes to tariffs, it'll likely be that these activist judges have no say in things like tariffs. But tariffs, much like everything else in the Trump presidency, are not as big of a deal as the media makes it out to be. But the many, what did I start to say here? Oh, but anyway, any negative that can be talked about or exploited has been amplified because it's Trump doing it. Many of these media pundits also love to tout how tariffs could, and I stress could, have negative effects like some price rises on foreign goods. But they never mention the benefits, such as revenue for the government, which Trump plans on using to pay off the national debt and hopefully remove federal income taxes, protection for domestic industries and job creation, and a tool to address trade imbalances by encouraging production here domestically and reducing reliance on imports. It can also be used as a negotiating tactic to get better deals with other countries that Trump has been using it for. So then leftists have the nerve to come up to me or other conservatives and sit there and say that we don't understand how tariffs work because all they can see is what the media has told them and the lies they've said about how costs are going to go up on all the foreign goods. There's more to it than just that possibility, which so far hasn't been an issue. Stocks are up, prices have not spiked, and good deals are being made that are beneficial to America. And I always come back to this question with no Democrat leftists have been able to give a good answer to. If tariffs were so bad, why does every other country use them and have used them for years? Can anybody explain that one to me? Or is it just a bunch of whining? Because again, this is one of those situations like I told Brandon earlier. It's the negative because Trump is doing it. If anybody else was doing it, as I just showed you, all these other presidents who have done it throughout the years with tariffs, and nobody said a damn thing. Maybe they didn't use them. Maybe they didn't use them to the extent Donald Trump is using them. But again, where was the complaining here? Anywhere. I got people I know. Oh, you don't understand weird. Tariffs. Bullshit, I don't.
Neither do you.
I understand them. Oh, you mean them?
No, I'm not. Yes,
but even then,
they're only repeating what they've heard on the news. You don't know shit. You're just telling me what you heard.
Yeah,
basically. And that is They're only repeating unbiased opinion or a very biased opinion.
Very
in
biased,
that matter.
yeah. Trump's going to ruin the economy. I don't know how many people I saw when the stocks dipped when he first initiated, put them in on, Liberation Day, because he put him high because he was trying to get people to come to the table, and that's what dropped the stocks. But then once he leveled it out like we wanted it to, it came back up where it was supposed to be and even got higher. But they won't tell you that shit. I had people telling me, oh, the stocks are not going to recover. The economy is going to tank. It's going to be down as long as he's in office because of those. No, he did that on purpose to bring people to the table. And once he got them there, it's what he planned on, guys. It's part of the plan.
And then
Trust
he got the number he wanted.
Yeah. Bingo. So, and again, could cost of goods rise? Sure. I've not seen anything that's been uberly affected. Even Democrat Bill Maher has gone on his, Club Random podcast and said, I thought tariffs were going to destroy things, but so far everybody's just living their lives and going about their business and nothing's really happened. Even he said that. Score one for him there. He's got a big boo-boo coming up here in just a second. But any thoughts on the tariffs and potentially being illegal? I don't think it's there. I'm sure they're not going to even worry about this. I'm sure that activist judge is going to be overruled and it's not going to matter. They're just trying to slow things down, as always.
One of those things, like this is the one thing that I've learned ever since Trump got elected, both times, that it's like the cried wolf. They say things and they do things within their power for them to do things, knowing in the long run it means nothing. But it's the front look that goes, look at this. We did this. This is what he's doing. We're stopping this. In reality, they're not. They're not going to talk about this when it doesn't go through, when it doesn't happen. You won't hear about it again. You know what I'm saying? It'll just silently go away. Because all that matters.
Go ahead.
All that matters is the upfront image, the upfront look. That's all that they care about. That's it. That's all they care about. They want the front page, that headline in that moment. They know what's going to happen on the back end. They don't give a shit about that. They want the initial look, because the initial look is all they have to do to capture their audience and to get their points out. That's it.
Yep.
Whatever takes place after that is irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Because they're low IQ voters and their base. It does matter, but they're low IQ voters and their base, they'll forget about it weeks later and they'll be like, oh, they won't stop and think, oh, by the way, that tariff stuff they lied to us about, it's actually working. No, they heard the lie. They bought it hook, line, and sinker. They've moved on. And then they'll hear the next lie, buy it, move on. They won't hear the lie, wait and see the results, and then go, oh, shit, they lied. That's a problem.
But it's also, if it's going to court and a judge is going to rule on it, and the activist judge says it's illegal, he takes it to the Supreme Court. It's not illegal. He gets a ruling. Then when he's not a president in 4 years, the next president doesn't have to deal with this bullshit. So everything that Donald Trump is doing is setting us up for the future. So all of it, the trans shit, the tariffs, Doge, all of that. This wasn't just another 4-year election. That's what people don't get. I don't want to talk about midterms. I don't want to talk about 2028 because the fucking election cycle, the voting system is not right. So when we still got Dominion voting systems out there, that's what we need to focus on.
Yeah. Not only that, I thought this is a side note here. Didn't the Supreme Court rule recently that these federal activist judges have no jurisdiction in these matters, but they're doing it still? Why? I mean, they flat out said, you guys need to stay in your lane, and they're still doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're defying Supreme Court orders. We talked about that maybe a month or two ago on the channel about how they took it to the Supreme Court and they flat out ruled, yeah, these judges are overstepping their bounds. But it doesn't seem to stop them. Until somebody does, they're going to keep trying to pull this crap. If I'm Donald Trump and the administration, I ignore it. Keep doing it, and they're still active. They've not been taken down. So tariffs are still in place. So yeah. On this next segment though, I'm calling Trump lives free in Democrats' heads.
In your
All right, I'm not going to play the music because we'll get copyrighted. But this is a X-ray of a liberal's brain, no doubt about it. So I think this is all going to work together pretty seamlessly here with the couple clips I've got here of all of these Democrats with Donald Trump living rent-free in their head. First on the list is CNN's Tiffany Cross. She calls Stephen Miller a white supremacist, one of Trump's right-hand man.
Really quickly, Abby, because anytime that we play something from Stephen Miller, it would be journalistic integrity to point out that he is a white supremacist and he is the brainchild behind this policy.
By the way, so for those of you who don't know, Stephen Miller, he's Jewish. So I hope he sues her into oblivion for that nonsense. That's a bunch of bull crap. We also got Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who had to be transported in here on a forklift. He's talking about how he does not want to have Donald Trump come to Chicago or Illinois to try to help clean up his city. And he claims that he lives rent-free in Donald Trump's head. Let's see who actually lives rent-free in whose head here.
We're very pleased about the progress that we're making. I know that I live rent-free in the president's head. And I wish he would spend some time in Chicago so that he could see what a lovely city we have. Governor, quick follow-up. What do you do if the National Guard...
Kudos to this cameraman, who is the true MVP here right now, who literally, if he wanted to come out and say that he lives rent-free in Trump's head, it awfully very much appears like Trump lives rent-free in his head. He didn't have to come to Trump Tower to make that statement. So who lives in whose head? Really, JB? Come on. Let's be honest here. But yeah, hopefully Donald Trump will be sending a National Guard to Chicago next to get them cleaned up, much like he did Washington, D.C., because Chicago needs it, no doubt. Here we got January 6th committee member Jamie Raskin, who's really talked about, trying to stop Donald Trump from assuming office, but did not happen, and Trump became president again. He says that crime is a part of our history, so we should just allow it to continue.
And the military is not supposed to be used for ordinary law enforcement purposes. In D.C., he was talking about cleaning up the graffiti and, dealing with the blight of homelessness, which are obviously local, not federal issues. And he's trying to militarize our society, intimidate his political opponents. The whole idea of picking cities based on their partisan leadership is absurd. I mean, there are lots of Republican cities and towns struggling with crime. Everybody is across the country. Crime has always been part of our history.
So that just makes it okay. It's always been a part of our history. Let's just let it happen. And by the way, the only reason that Trump and the federal agents have to get involved in the federal, National Guard and stuff, is because the state officials won't do a thing about it. In DC's case, it's not even a state. So if Chicago was to do something about it, LA was to do something about it, New York was to do something about it, Trump wouldn't have to do that. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah, it's just another, just lying to fearmonger, as Brandon said, the current thing. Speaking of Bill Maher, I talked about earlier, he is under the assumption that Donald Trump is trying to effect a slow-moving coup, paving the way for martial law, and he'll never leave office because, he's a dictator.
Let me just describe some of the steps, and you tell me if I'm being paranoid. First, create a masked police force. Get people used to looking at that.
Mass police force is because they've been doxxed by people who are against ICE. It's not some Nazi regime type thing.
Normalize snatching people off the street. Get them used to that.
If you're illegal and you don't belong in this country and you've broken the law, yeah.
Normalize seeing the National Guard and the military on the street.
Again, if you don't take care of it in your state, the federal government needs to step in to restore order.
Then start talking about crime in the capital, which is basically, has always been a fairly crime-ridden city.
Again, because there's crime, we shouldn't fix it. Again, so we should just live like this. That's what you're telling me, Bill.
This is our nation's capital where elections are decided. And then because the crime is so bad, have other states start sending their troops. Not just the National Guard there in D.C., but now at least 6 other states are sending their troops, which then Trump can then federalize.
Where are they sending them? Baltimore, Chicago, cities who refuse to fix their own problem. But again, he's a Hitler. He's trying to take over martial law.
So you're having many states' troops on the ground there, and now they're under federal control. So you have in the capital a sort of permanent police presence. So when
permanent, by the way, it was a 30-day thing. Number one, it wasn't permanent.
An election dispute might come up, just hypothetically. I mean, I don't want to be a big pessimist, and I'm going to pretend for the rest of the duration that the Democrats do have a chance of winning, and they might win the next election.
Not at their current trajectory.
I just don't think they're ever going to take power, because this is what's going to happen. Because I think this coup is going to go off a lot smoother than the last one.
He is an idiot. I can't. You got any thoughts on this lunacy? I mean, this is what Democrats hear. And you wonder why a trans shooter just shut up a Catholic school. Because of stuff like this. And then Democrats want to preach to us, well, we need to tone down the rhetoric. Bill Maher is one of those people who are perpetuating this nonsense. He should be pulled off Max at this point.
So, you know how they say how conspiracy theories sound?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, like, but then you hear shit like this, and it's like, is that how I sounded to you? Because I feel like I made more sense than he just did.
Mm-hmm.
He took a bunch.
At least our stuff that we're supposedly conspiracy theorists on, we backed it up. He's claiming to back it up, but he's got no evidence of what he's saying is true. I just told you everything he just said was bullshit.
No, but here's the thing. He knows, like, okay.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect example.
Well, I don't know. He's too busy getting drunk and smoking pot. He probably doesn't. But
you remember the president question, right? The one we asked somebody about, right?
The what? You cut out, sorry.
Who was the first president? You remember that time we asked that person at work who was the first president, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his belief into his answer, you know what I mean? Like, he was dead set that was his answer.
He said Abraham Lincoln, by the way, for those listening.
Even though he had knowledge of it not being that way. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He knows what he's saying is bullshit. But you have to think about, because he knows that the people who, I don't know, I didn't see who was on his show with him.
I couldn't tell you the guy's name, but yeah.
He's doing it for the crowd. You get what I'm saying? Like, he's doing it for his audience. So when he knows what he's saying is bullshit. He fully knows that. Even as I can look at his fucking face, as smug as it is, he knows he's bullshit. He's
got a very punchable face. Trust me. Yeah.
Again, it's one of those, he's so deep into the shit that even though he knows it's not true, there's some semblance of a belief because that's all he fucking knows. You get what I'm saying?
That's appeasing to his audience. Like, he's trying to not lose his audience. He knows his audience eat this up with a spoon. Like, he went and met Donald Trump in the White House. He said on that night he was not the crazy guy that we think he is, but that doesn't mean he won't be, because he didn't want to lose the audience. It was like he wasn't being honest with what he saw. You know, it's like, but now that he's back with his audience and he's not visiting Trump or anything, now we'll just go back to full-blown crazy. You know,
but you gotta wonder why. If he knows what's coming out of his mouth is bullshit, why is he so afraid to tell the truth to his audience? Who is his handler? Like, he's working for somebody spouting lies for them.
Yeah, because at some point it can't be about the money. It truly can't.
No.
Like,
yeah. Well, it's he obviously has been very vocal about how he wants Gavin Newsom to run and things like that. He was supportive.
That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it.
Any common sense
what you're saying.
whatsoever, you would see the trans shooter situation. You would see all these situations that are brought on by Democrats if you had common sense. So then why is somebody like Bill Maher, who was able to see Trump's good side, knows he's telling lies? What is he trying to hide that he's done himself?
Well, you got to remember,
Do they blackmail on him? Do they?
You got to remember that Bill Maher, even though he says it's not a personal thing, Donald Trump did sue him once. So part of me wonders if it's personal more than he lets on. Like he's just mad.
So you're lying out of pettiness at this point?
I'd have to look into exactly how the case went. But yeah, I think he made like a joke of some sort. Trump didn't like it. He sued him or something.
But that doesn't matter.
I'd have to look into it. Yeah.
Lying out of pettiness.
Potentially.
Like, you get what I'm saying?
So you're going to get your audience members possibly killed or put in fucking prison because they're thinking they're being taken. Yeah. Like,
yeah. And I take this stuff and be honest, if they see it, fine. If they don't, I don't care. I have people in my family who watch Bill Maher and know and believe this. And it makes it personal for me to some degree because I know what Bill Maher is saying is absolute horse shit. We've shown it for the last year and a half on this channel how it's horse shit. But they eat it. I mean, I don't even blame them. This is what they've been told. And don't be wrong, Bill Maher has some common sense takes against, woke nonsense and things like that. But then he devolves to this. And this is why I cannot, in good conscience, take him seriously. Not only that, he's a big supporter of Gavin Newsom running for president because he says he's a winner and I vote for winners. But then Bill Maher will sit there and say, California's got so many damn regulations. I can't get the solar panels put on my house. For years, they've been giving me all this guff and stuff about that. But yet he's willing to go put the guy who did that to him in office. That's mental illness.
It's like being in an abusive relationship.
Yeah, we've got like Stockholm syndrome or something.
Yes, that's the word I was looking for.
Basically, yeah.
It's kind of like, again, I hate doing this, but the parallels from anybody's job, essentially.
Yeah.
It's like you're in an abusive relationship. For whatever reason, you can't leave it. Like,
see, I'm gonna hold on, babe. I'm gonna stop you real quick. That's how you know our marriage is not abusive. I'd have left a long fucking time ago, just like I left that fucking abusive relationship I was in called work a long fucking time ago. I don't put up with it. If you're gonna lie to me, you ain't gonna be in my fucking life.
Yeah. And when, coming back to Bill Maher a little bit, but it's like Bill Maher's another thing that always has irked me about this guy. It's like he rails and rails and rails about, well, Trump in January 6th, he still has not conceded the election in 2020 and all this stuff. He lost. It is a fundamental thing in our Constitution that you have to concede elections and transfer of power and all this nonsense. But then Bill Maher had no problem whatsoever with completely bypassing the primary process when it comes to installing Kamala Harris as a presidential nominee in 2024, despite the American people voting for Joe Biden. If you were really into and really felt like some conviction about, the constitutional process or the election process or conceding elections and making sure elections are on the up and up, you would have demanded that your party, regardless of how much time was left after Joe Biden dropped out, that your party would have made sure to have a primary process to do it the right way. But you had no problem with that. You're a fucking hypocrite, Bill Maher.
So that's what I'm saying. Like you have to, at some point, like I said, it's not about money. There has to be another reason.
Something. I don't know.
You can't be this whole convinced about this party that you have no problem pointing out all the negatives for. So once again, it's not about the money. Then what is it for? And if you're saying it's because it's a personal reason between him and Trump,
maybe
doing all of this bullshit out of pettiness.
Mm-hmm.
So you're lying to your audience out of pettiness.
Mm-hmm. And if he honestly believes everything he's saying out of his mouth, he's a dumber idiot than I thought he was. Because this guy literally just reads the headlines or whatever his producers write for him to say and ask questions in the script, and then he just spouts nonsense. And this man did not even know that Hillary Clinton denied that Donald Trump was a legitimate president for 4 years. He said, well, she conceded the election the night of, and then Megyn Kelly had to correct him and say no. The next 4 years after that, she went on to say he was an illegitimate president in every interview she ever did. but he had no problem with that. He won't call out his own because he didn't know. It's like, do you even research this stuff, or do you just go on TV and spout nonsense? I'm starting to believe that's the case.
I hate his face. Like this right here, this shot,
the
more I
on.
look at it, the madder it fucking makes me, because it's the smirk. You know what I mean? It's that fucking smirk. And it's like one of those, like, you know, okay, we make fun of Matt when he does it because it's funny. You know how he rubs his hands together every.
Yeah.
That's what this is like. Yeah. And it's like, you fucking weasel. You know what I mean? Like,
that's what it feels like. Yeah. And I don't know. I'm it's just, like I said, it's a little more personal for me because I know people who have been, and again, I don't fully blame them. It's just they've been bamboozled by the stuff that they see on the news, and because I fully don't know if they understand exactly how bad the news is and their deception and the lies that they tell. I think they try to, have faith that they're telling the best that they know, but they don't quite understand how deep this goes. And that's why I don't fully blame them. Even though I've tried to talk to them about it, it don't always go that way, but that's notwithstanding. But yeah, I take this, especially Bill Maher.
And side note here, I have to let the dog out. He's driving me crazy.
Okay. All right, it's fine. We'll move on a little bit here, but yeah, so the last thing when it comes to Democrats or Trump living in Democrats' heads went rent free. Gavin Newsom still can't get over the fact that apparently he's been sent Trump 2028 hats. So here you go.
Republicans are going to stop. I don't think Donald Trump wants another election. You think for a second I have 24 Trump 2028 hats. His folks keep sending me.
And you think he's going to run again?
No, don't give me. Who spends $200 million on a ballroom at their home and then leaves the house?
Maybe he wants to, I don't know, make the White House better for the country and make it better for the next occupant. Maybe he's not the selfish guy you paint him out to be. And maybe Bill Maher's been listening too much to Gavin Newsom because he's spouting that same rhetoric. So for the record, Donald Trump now has Democrats defending men and women's
Before you move on.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I sent one more meme of Newsom that his press office posted.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, is this I see. He's again, this is what Newsom's been doing as of late. He's trying to look clever, trying to just copy everything that Donald Trump posts and trying to do the same. He's mocking Trump is what he's doing, which fine if you want to call that politics, whatever. Personally, and a lot of people in America are going to look at this saying he's being an ass, he's being disingenuous, it's not original. You look like an idiot because you can't come up with anything good on your own. You're stealing it. So keep trying this, Gavin. See how it plays out for you. To be quite honest, I say keep it up. Go for it. I'm going to laugh at it much like I did when South Park was making fun of Trump or Charlie Kirk or Kristi Noem. Whatever, fine. Contrary to popular belief, those of us on the right have a sense of humor. I mean, you know what I mean? So keep it up, Gavin. Whatever. Do what you will with that, I guess. But yeah, I don't even know where I was at now, but all right, I'll find where we were here. No, you're fine. No worries about that. But yeah, so as of right now, as I started to say, Donald Trump has the Democrats literally defending men and women's sports, crime and criminals, and when Letitia James or Lisa Cook do it, or anyone with a D next to their name, mortgage fraud. So hook, line, and sinker, Donald Trump's got them right where he wants them. I mean, you're playing right into his hands. And so much so that even now, DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, who literally has been very vocal about, Donald Trump's efforts at the federal level to clean up Washington, D.C., she's now thanking Donald Trump, calling it, I believe, a great achievement, if I'm not mistaken.
And we greatly appreciate
my bad.
The surge of officers that enhance what MPD has been able to do in this city. The most significant thing that we are highlighting today is the area of crime that was most troubling for us in 2023.
Eric, you're muted.
My bad. So yeah, we basically got now the Washington D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser coming out and saying she greatly appreciates the drop in crime and that neighborhoods feel safer and are safer thanks to Donald Trump's efforts. And now we've also got let's see here. It is the Democrat governor of Maryland, Wes Moore, has also changed his tune and wants Donald Trump's help and support to clean up Baltimore and his state.
Governor, I appreciate the investment, but it would just seem to me if despite that investment, Baltimore still ranks third in the nation in violent crime rate per capita in the nation, that you would welcome in the President of the United States help if crime in Maryland. And as to the point of partisan politics, it's simply the truth. The truth isn't partisan. And the truth is most of the major cities in the United States are run by Democrat governors, and they're also the highest rate crime cities in the country. I'm on limited time, and I want to give you a chance to address something,
I would
though, Governor,
absolutely
because President
welcome
Trump brought it
federal
up.
support.
Apparently, there we go. You would welcome federal support. That's wonderful to hear.
I would absolutely
I'm sure the
welcome
president
federal
will be happy
support.
to hear that.
But I also know what federal support is going to be necessary and required. It's the reason that I've said we would love to have additional support for license plate readers, things that we know can actually stop crimes as they are happening and making sure that people are brought to justice, and not having $30 million cut from public safety budgeting that is coming from the federal government. That I would love to be able to make sure that the federal government can do things like ban ghost guns and making sure we're eliminating these extended clips for Glocks, which essentially are turning Glocks.
So it's kind of a half-ass. We'll accept it anyway. Well, I would accept it, but at the same time, we want to do things our way. That's kind of so. Maybe I was a little premature on that one, but anyway, it's a start. Like the correspondent here said, you got to start somewhere. So, yeah. So, but why are like Democrats coming around slowly here, at least in Muriel Bowser's case, because they realize they are losing support. And if they don't admit that Trump was right, they may face getting voted out. Simple as that. Look at this demographic that CNN reported. Democrat-run CNN reported that Democrats are down 2.1 million voter registrations, and Republicans are up 2.4 million registrations throughout the nation. 4.5 million swing in Republican favor. Remember, CNN reported this. Take a look at this map. Just look at this. Down all the way across the country for Democrat voter registration. This is a crisis for Democrats right now. And if they don't get it corrected, they're not going to win another election. And with all the gerrymandering or redistricting, I should say, with the red states and stuff like that, they may not, and the census being fixed and the Supreme Court ruling on race-based gerrymandering. Again, if all that goes in Republicans' favor, game over, checkmate. Like I said a few weeks back. So yeah. Any other thoughts on all this stuff the Democrats, Trump living in their head, things like that, or losing registration? Fair enough. I got you there. Again, you got to fight fire with fire. These guys have been doing it to us for years. I say let the cards lie where they lie at that point. So yeah, that's fine with me. All right, here I got a couple more stories, and then we'll get out of here for this evening. So the next thing up here is apparently Gilmar Abrego Garcia. It seems like this guy just does not leave the news when it comes to this stuff, but apparently Democrats just had to screw it up even worse for this man. Garcia had it so good in El Salvador, he was able to fish, lift weights, eat good, have all the comforts of home. But Democrats got involved and wanted him to have, quote, due process, and now he's headed to potentially Uganda, where they eat grasshoppers. So here's why he's potentially heading to Uganda, of all places. He got some, he came back to the country, went through the court system as Democrats asked for. El Salvador was ruled off limits due to safety threats and a court order. So Costa Rica was offered as a place to deport him to, but it was only contingent on a guilty plea, which Abrego Garcia rejected. So then Uganda became the next suggestion, and it was chosen under a new agreement to accept U.S. deportees. His refusal of Costa Rica, that deal there, likely triggered this move, and other countries were not presented or available in the legal context. So good job, Democrats. You got what you wanted, and now you've just made it worse for this guy, no doubt about it here, and I think it's absolutely hilarious. And because of Kilmar's impending deportation to Uganda, I regret to inform you that Democrats are singing again. So last week it was DC is our home, you can't have it, Trump. Now it's Kilmar is our neighbor, you can't have him, Trump. So I'm telling you, these guys ought to start a band and start touring because nobody would go.
Everybody in this
In the
still
crazy hospital.
Yeah.
looks like the type of person that would take their drink back because it doesn't have enough fucking ice. The one in the middle with the glasses on, for sure, has returned a salad for not enough fucking tomatoes. I promise you.
Yeah, I agree. They've especially returned, something, whether it's a Starbucks coffee, it's not got enough foam in it, or I don't know. But
The
yeah,
dude
it's
on the end right here, like front center, guaranteed
Uh-huh.
he took a box of condoms back to the store because they didn't fit. I promise.
No, you can't have him, Trump. No. Oh my Lord. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, it sucks for old Kilmar, but do not pass go, do not collect $200. Democrat activist judges are trying to stop his deportation to Uganda, though. As I mentioned earlier, weren't they kind of, declared they can't do that anymore by the Supreme Court? But anyway, they just want to slow it down. It's just funny because these people who ran to Kilmar Abrego Garcia's defense likely all voted for Barack Obama in the past. But this is what Obama said about illegal immigration way back when. Let's see if you remember this.
Nation of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable. We all agree on the need to better secure the border and to punish employers who choose to hire illegal immigrants. We are a generous and welcoming people here in the United States, but those who enter the country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law, and they are showing disregard for those who are following the law. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully. This is not going to be a free ride. It's not going to be some instant amnesty. What's going to happen is you are going to pay a significant fine. You are going to learn English. You are going to go to the back of the line so that you don't get ahead of somebody who was in Mexico City applying legally. But after you've done these things over a certain period of time, you can earn your citizenship, so that it's not something that is guaranteed or automatic. You've got to earn it, but over time, you give people an opportunity. Now, it only works, though, if you do all the pieces.
So I am fully under the belief Barack Obama would be MAGA today based on that. That's exactly what Trump is saying. This guy you're looking at here on the screen would not get elected as a dog catcher on a Democrat ticket with this platform today. He wouldn't.
But that's what he ran on then.
Yeah, which shows you how far
were
Democrats.
those all campaign speeches?
I think one was when he was in office, I think. The first one. But yeah.
Okay, because that's like the complete opposite of what we got. And I'm confused.
Well, he was saying the right words at least, but yeah, again,
Yeah,
if he said those words, I mean, you might as well. He's saying the exact same thing Trump's saying, but Democrats love Barack Obama.
Well, it's
Now,
because Barack Obama didn't act on it. Like Trump, the only reason they hate him is because he's doing the things he said he was going to do. They've
That's true,
all
too.
talked about doing it.
Mhm.
Nobody's
Yeah.
actually done it, though.
I agree, and that's what it is. He was pandering, I'm sure, but at the same time, it's like if Trump just says this, it's like, but Barack said the same thing. But I guarantee you, they all voted for him in 2008. You know what I'm saying? It's like
So hold
this
on,
is insane.
just real quick, using that same logic, right? Like I ran on this, and you expect me to do this. That's why you voted for me. Like, just hear me out here, right? Like I'm throwing this out there. Wild, I know. So if I tell you I'm going to do this thing, okay, I'll give you an example. I tell my wife, hey, tonight, back rub. You know what I'm saying? I know you've been working hard. I got you. You know what I mean? I'm running on this whole back rub situation. She's looking forward to this back rub, right? Comes down to it, hey, I ran on that campaign. I'm not fulfilling those fucking duties. She's going to be upset with me. Rightfully fucking so. But if I then do the back rub, right, I got elected. I do the back rub. She receives the back rub. You cannot now be mad at me because of the back rub. Like I did what I said I was going to do.
Well, you got to understand, and it said it at the bottom of that video, by the way, too. Barack Obama did deport 3 million people. So in that case, he did do what he said. But again, you say that now.
So why are we mad at the other dude?
Got me. They called Barack Obama the deporter in chief. That's what they called him. But Democrats loved him. So again, it's because Trump is the one doing it, man. Yeah, that's what it is. It's because Trump's the one doing it. It's just tribalism to the max. My party didn't do it, so I'm not happy. But if my party turns around and does it, you know, I'd be totally fine if there was a Democrat out there who ran with a good platform that I agreed with. I'd vote Democrat. I don't have loyalty to one party, assuming they would do what they said they would do. That would obviously be the thing for me. But there's just no one on that side. It's Trump right now. He's the only one. And as I mentioned early on,
and he was on that side.
Trump is a Democrat from 30 years ago. That's what he is, which tells you how far the left has gone nuts and the right has actually gone left. Actually, that's why that's the thing. I'm more right than Trump. I said it earlier this podcast. I'm more right than him because I'm still on the right side of the aisle. Trump's kind of in the middle if you look at the way things used to be. But Trump's considered, ultra MAGA right. That's crazy. But like I said, I don't agree with everything Trump has done or said, including this one. And we got a couple more and we'll wrap up. This week, Donald Trump tripled down on Operation Warp Speed, calling it a military operation and, quote, one of the greatest achievements ever in politics or in the military. Here he is.
Behind Operation Warp Speed, these mRNA vaccines that are the gold standard.
Right.
Now your health secretary is pulling back all the funding for research. He's saying that the risks outweigh the benefits, which puts him at odds with
Research
the
on
entire
what?
medical community and with you. What is going on?
Research on what?
Into mRNA vaccines.
Well, we're going to look at that. We're talking about it, and they're doing a very good job. And, that is a pass. With Operation Warp Speed was, whether you're Republican or Democrat, considered one of the most incredible things ever done in this country. The efficiency, the way it was done, the distribution, everything about it has been amazing.
Okay, so this is probably one of my biggest criticisms of Donald Trump. A vaccine program that killed at least 1.5 million Americans and injured or maimed millions more, including active duty service members, and the American rates of disability have skyrocketed in ages 16 and over following the COVID-19 vaccination rollout. It's been a gift that sadly keeps on giving. Now, as much as we support Trump here, and let me finish here before, as much as we support Trump here, his ego, for some reason, will not allow him to admit the truth about Operation Warp Speed. One of the flaws that he has that I can't stand. I honestly don't think he understands the veracity of the truth of the vaccine. I believe he was honestly trying to do good with Operation Warp Speed. So I don't blame Trump for the effects that the vaccine had on many people. That blame lies with the pharmaceutical companies. But his refusal to understand the truth and continue to praise the work of Operation Warp Speed, to me, is at least frustrating at best. Do you have any other thoughts on that?
I do. I think it's kind of like the whole Q thing. It's plausible deniability. If until the deaths are mainstream, he can't come out and say, yeah, I knew it was killing people. He had scientists, he had doctors, Fauci, if you want to call him a fucking doctor.
Dr. Burke.
Telling him what to do, how to do it, the vaccine was going to work. So that's what I'm thinking he's doing here.
That's why I don't blame him, because he was being told this is what was happening with the vaccine. It's safe, effective. It's all this stuff, like everything they said after Trump left office. That's why they continued that narrative. But at this point, I feel like he should at least know what he was told was a lie. And he should be at least out there saying, Operation Warp Speed went as we planned it would be to roll out a vaccine safe and effective early on. But then I've also come to learn it was not safe and effective. And for some reason,
well, a lot of people can get sued over it. Like, look at Meta or Face. They had all these fact checkers and shit telling people their posts were wrong about the vaccine deaths. And X was doing the same thing. YouTube.
Yeah, and we're going to get into one instance.
Think about what you said, Eric. If he came out and said, you just said, what do you think?
That's not. Yeah. I mean, I get it. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, they would lie to. Which here's the thing: when he ran for office the second time, I was stunned that the left-wing Democrat media did not come out and say, "Well, he's the one who, the vaccines killed everybody," and of course, they don't want to cause a panic to everybody who
because they were already bought into. They were already bought into the whole Joe Biden thing. They couldn't.
Yeah, that's true.
They couldn't make him look bad. You get what I'm saying? So again,
and a lot of the left were vaccinated. So
yeah,
like
that's true. He comes out and says that what you suggested he'd say. Do you know they would have a field day with that shit? Huh?
That is true. I just feel like it's probably best to just stop talking about it at this point. I get you want to promote that one of your operations was a success and all that stuff, but there's so much not being said. But there's so much that people in the mainstream media, they've conditioned people to think these vaccines are safe. These are. But like I said, there's multiple places where people have just dropped dead, died suddenly. Or I know one person in particular, I think has cerebral palsy now because of this. There are long-lasting effects that they don't want to talk about too, because it paints one side or the other in a bad light. And I just wish the truth would come out about this, but unfortunately, there's going to be people still pumping. They were talking the other day about, time to get your booster again. Yeah, you have fun with that, boo boo. See how it goes for you. It ain't touching me. I'm pure blood right here. I'll be damn. Yeah, you'll have to shoot me first. Not with a needle, by the way, too. But anyway, regardless of what Trump believes or doesn't believe when it comes to the efficacy of the vaccine, luckily Trump has hired RFK as the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who recommended that the CDC director, Susan Monterez, should resign. She declined to accept the resignation offer, so this week Trump listened to his HHS secretary, and she was fired for trying to keep the mRNA shots on the recommended childhood vaccine schedule and saying, quote, vaccines save lives. Despite the fact that children were never really affected by COVID like the elderly or those with comorbidities were at the peak of COVID. COVID is not at its peak, and it's not nearly as bad now as it was 5 years ago. On top of her firing, the following CDC employees have reportedly resigned as well after her departure: the director of the CDC vaccine unit, the CDC chief medical officer, the head of CDC zoonotic division, and including this Fruit Loop right here, director of CDC's National Center of Immunization and Respiratory Diseases, Dimitri Daskalakis, has also resigned. I don't know about you, but does this guy look like somebody that you would trust for medical advice? Be honest.
Is that a pentagram on his chest? Is that a mask on that? All right, I'm done.
This was who was running partially the head of the CDC guys. And RFK Jr. just purged the CDC along these weird people here. 600 other employees of the CDC are also receiving permanent termination notices. So yeah, cleaning house over there at the CDC, and I think it's about freaking time. The way the CDC handled COVID was all wrong, in my opinion. I'm sure some have other opinions, and a lot of people were like, well, we didn't know at the time. Now we know better. No, you knew at the damn time. We were telling you, and you silenced all of us. You shut down YouTube channels. You shut down Twitter accounts. You shut down people with any dissenting opinion based on the narrative you were trying to push that the vaccine was safer. And it's the only form of therapeutic. It's not a cure. It's not a vaccine. It's at best a therapeutic. And there's really no evidence for that.
Change
because
the definition of a fucking word.
Yeah, you change the definition of a vaccine to prevent a disease to lessening the symptoms of. I hate to break it to you. I got COVID at least once, and I had very few symptoms outside of being tired. So where's the proof of those people who got vaccine and triple time boosted? It lowered the the symptoms or the amount of stuff that you were feeling with it. Where's the proof that it actually stopped any of that?
There were people, we know people who got vaccine, got COVID, and it was 10 times worse than.
Yeah, and they've gotten it 5 or 6 times badly.
Yeah.
But no, we're the crazy ones. You see why this shit's people ask me all the time, Eric, why do you get so political nowadays? You didn't used to be like that. I used to go to your Facebook page and it didn't have all this stuff on it. This is why. 2020. I was told by Joe Biden, if he got his way with OSHA, I was going to lose my job if I refused to take this experimental drug without any long-term studies. If it passed, any company with over 100 employees, we're going to force it on their employees. And some companies did it anyway. Luckily, mine didn't after it got shot down by the Supreme Court. And they told Biden he couldn't do that. Thank God for the Supreme Court. Because I'd have lost my job. And while I may not always be fond of my job sometimes, we all have our problems with our jobs at times in our lives, right? We're not always perfect and we always don't love what we do. But you know what? It puts food on my table. I've got a roof over my head because of that job. And they tried to take that from me. That's why it's personal. So you don't have to like what I say or what I do on my Facebook page. You can go kick rocks if you don't. I don't care. So any other thoughts on RFK Jr., purging the CDC?
Just the thing that I sent you about the people trying to purge him.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry about that. I forgot to bring it up. Let me pull that up right quick here before we move on to the last and final topic of the night. That's not that. Oh, the one before that. Okay. Here we go. So, yeah, apparently, you want to explain more? You know more about than I do.
Click out of it because the actual post should explain it.
Okay. I don't know if there is a. That was. Oh, okay. Let me just read it a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, a Secret Trade Association memo from the Biotechnology Innovation Organization. That's right, the swamp creatures backed by Pfizer, Merck, Novavax, and hundreds of biotech fat cats plotting to take down U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This is a full-on coup attempt against real regulatory reform, and they're dumping millions to boot him out by September. I've got a verified leaked minutes from the Shady Vaccine Policy Steering Committee meeting on April 3rd. Created by one of their own insiders. So they're trying to kind of figure out a way to get rid of him. Is that what I'm kind of reading into this? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, interesting. Well, somebody's trying to do the right thing. I think they're going to do everything they can to stop that. So, yeah, citing widespread concern over RFK's anti-vaccine stance. We just talked about how he has every right to feel that way. I mean, if you're honest with yourself, unless you just live in a very tight blue echo chamber, everybody knows somebody who took this vaccine and had something wrong with them or something happened. I know people who, thankfully it hasn't, but I know people who has. And I pray every day that what they put into their bodies doesn't eventually come back on them, It's scary to me.
That's real talk, like
real.
But yeah, you're right. Every time somebody tries to do something the right way, there's always going to be, unfortunately, until these people get outed and weeded out, there's always going to be something trying to stop them from doing so. Because again, it's about control. It's about subversion. Like these people genuinely don't give a shit about you. You understand that? Like they genuinely don't give a shit about you.
No.
And honestly, what does it hurt if people are living their lives happily, not killing themselves with pharmaceuticals, eating good food, and why? What makes Bill Gates and a Dr. Fauci want to kill the people of the world?
It's Thanos complex. There's not enough resources. We got to limit the population. It's a globalist thing, an elite thing. But yeah, I mean, yeah,
I get what kind of thing it is, but what makes them, what drives them
evil
to think that way? Because obviously it's not true.
No.
there's enough room for everybody.
That their whole line during COVID was, well, by you not getting vaccinated, you're making the rest of us sick. Again, no evidence to support that.
Yeah.
Vaccine didn't, there was no proof it stopped anything, contrary to what they tell you. Like I said, not vaccinated, very few side effects or long-term COVID, or no, I have no issues because I didn't take the vaccine and I didn't have many symptoms at the time. I know people who haven't been, again, multiple times worse.
See, and I think I posted it on Facebook because Karen ran. They're transgender monkeys.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've made monkeys transgender so they could give them mRNA vaccines. Baby monkeys.
Yeah. Guinea pigs, yeah.
Jesus
Yeah.
fucking Christ.
I mean, this is a sick world we live in, guys. And I hate to say it, but it really is. But anyway, last thing, and we'll get out of here because it's getting kind of late. We've been on for quite a while, and we got a fancy draft tomorrow. President Trump has officially revoked Kamala Harris's Secret Service protection. Let's see here. But once again, Democrats are going to lie about this. This time, Democrats claim that it's reckless and inhumane to revoke Kamala Harris's Secret Service protection. Did you guys hear about this? I got to switch over to something else real quick. Yeah?
Yeah. That's all.
I mean, what was your first reaction when you heard?
Well, the law
Doesn't that
states
shit happen?
you only got it for 6 months after you fucking lost. So
But we got
What they
Democrats
wanted.
like Timu Obama, the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who posted this on his social media and has since deleted it once he got roasted, like I'm about to do to him. He wrote, the Trump administration canceled the Secret Service protection for Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, why would they do such a reckless thing, he asked. Republicans are psychotically consumed by revenge. These extremists are unfit to govern and dangerous to the American way of life. So obviously that is absurd. Quite literally absurd, if you ask me. But this is the lies that they want to tell you. Now, let me tell you the truth of what really happened here. As of August 29, 2025, President Donald Trump has revoked former Vice President Kamala Harris's extended Secret Service protection. However, this action only cancels an extension quietly authorized by President Joe Biden before leaving office, not her standard protection as a former vice president. Here's what is known about the change. Federal law states, as Miranda pointed out, that Secret Service protection for former vice presidents are only set for 6 months after they leave office. This period ended on July 21st, 2025. Biden's extension before leaving office, President Biden authorized a confidential executive order that extended her protection for an additional year, which would have made it 18 months. Trump's action on August 29th, Trump issued a memorandum to the Department of Homeland Security canceling Biden's directive effective September 1st. The directive instructs the agency to end any security procedures that go beyond the requirements of federal law. So she's still got her 6 months, and she's even getting her Secret Service protection until September. Response from the Harris's team has been a senior advisor for Harris confirmed that she is grateful to the Secret Service and that her security will be assessed using other resources. But as always, Democrats, evil Democrats, neglect to bring up the factual details that I just laid out for you in favor of demonizing Trump because he's so obsessed with revenge. This stuff has got to stop. This is why people hate Trump and conservatives and stuff, because of the lie. They say Trump lies. Oh, Trump's a liar. All he does is lie. I just showed you for fact Hakeem Jeffries was lying out of his ass. And it wasn't just him. It was all sorts of Democrats running that stupid narrative about how he's revoking her Secret Service still. So hopefully she's not protected. Wasn't it at all? Thoughts as we wrap up the show tonight?
Told you. I'll say it again. It's not about the full story. It's only about the headline. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every
That's
time.
all you want. They want your immediate reaction. That's it. They know the back end of that. They don't care. It's to get the same people who's going to be there, who's going to these fucking rallies, who's singing Kumbaya and Pink Vest, who's doing all this fucking... That's who this is for.
Like I said, read a headline. They expect you not to look into it. I just did for you. You're going to take that information and say, oh, they were lying to us? Or you're going to be like, nope, I believe the headline. Trump's evil. But yet you think
And
we're the ones
tomorrow
who are
it'll be a
uneducated.
new headline. So they'll just
Yeah.
keep being mad. And
And then we'll look into that too. And it just snowballs over and over and over again. That's how you get a bunch of sheep that are still plugged into the matrix. And as I've said
Like,
before, I got to
exactly.
unplug. Yep.
I said it once, I'll say it again. Fuck them. Like, at this point, fuck them.
Yeah. At some point, you can only lead, what was it, like a donkey to water? You can't make him drink type situation.
First of all, donkeys are way smarter than that. You only
But what's the
lead a
analogy? Horse to
You
water.
can lead a
farmer.
horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
It was one of those animals that gallop, you know.
Animal. All right, I'm done talking to you.
But yeah, so bad analogy notwithstanding, that's the point. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching tonight's episode of the Dragon's Den podcast, episode number 61. I think we're going to get out of here. Long show, and of course, we're off next week, but I'm going to try and put up maybe a pre-recorded podcast of just me personally. I'm out of town though, going to be celebrating my nephew's 16th birthday. Ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be here. Wow. But yeah, so I'm looking forward to. I know, right? Whoa, where did everybody go? I don't. I didn't even do that. Like,
I didn't do it either.
That was my fault. That was my fault. Everybody calm down. Okay.
I didn't even know you had control over that. But anyway, so it's been a night. It's been a night of. It's been a night of weird technical issues. I muted myself at one point. We had a cricket running around. It's been a day, man.
I killed that cricket,
I got
Brandon.
a horny dog in my ear. It's a great time at my house right now.
This is why you guys tune in though, for the spontaneity that is the Dragon's Den podcast, off that for sure. But hey, if you're finding us for the very first time, if you're finding us for the first time, by all means, click that like, click subscribe. Don't forget to follow us over on Rumble. Follow us on our X accounts. It's at the bottom of the screen or in the description box below as well. Also, check out some of our clip videos that'll be going up on the channels as well. Definitely keep up with us there. Help us drive up the numbers and help us get more subscribers and followers and things like that. So thank you so much for watching. Pre-recorded video next week, live in 2 weeks, I think. So until then, take care, guys. And as always, God bless and take care. Later.
God bless.
Good night.
Good night. Right on. Later, guys.